full of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community. We ask you to guide those who, as our government leaders, make their daily decisions that affect us, so that their efforts shall be motivated by the same great rule of charity and goodwill. Let us continue to strive to make a better world. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If everyone could please remember to silence your phone. I just had to remind myself. Next will be the approval of a final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
I'd like to pull some things.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to pull B, G, H, and I for further discussion.
And I'd like to pull F.
Okay. And I would like to pull E, just for some clarification. So we got A, B, G, I, F, and E. Sound correct?
No, I was pulling B, G, H, and I. So
Oh, H. I'm sorry, I can't read my own writing. H. So B, G, H, I, F, and E.
and now you get to be on Sesame Street.
We're all in trouble. That leaves two, correct. Next, we have public comment. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
I'll move approval of the agenda as amended.
Thanks for catching that. Got a motion? I'll second.
second.
Oh, go ahead. You got his motion in a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Now we can go to public comment.
Okay, I have two emails that will be available for public record after the meeting that will enter into the record. One is from Leah Gregg about the walkover, and the other is from Joanne Champ about the TPI item. And then the first person up for public comment is Kathy Turner. Following Kathy will be Mike Miller.
Good morning, Kathy.
Is this okay?
Works for me.
Okay. Over the last few months, there have been numerous comments made by members of the LPA, MRF, and lastly, at the town council meeting on beautifying our island by remediating our landscape with vegetation. And the Garden Club has been mentioned by name. I'm here today representing the Estero Island Garden Club and a board member as a VP of Communications. I provided you with a contact card. We're on Facebook. We have a lot of information out there. By way of background, the Garden Club began in 1959 to help beautify the garden, now known as Fort Myers Beach. Today, we focus on education, conservation, serving the gardening community. We provide resources and opportunities, including civic and environmental responsibilities. We also have collaborated with commercial and institutional entities as they develop their landscape plans. One example is the fire station on Glenelg Road. One of our EIGC members is a member of MRF and is a master gardener. EIGC is looking to hold a group presentation in the fall on basic principles and examples of choosing the right plant for the right time. To that, I wish the right plant, right place, and right time. We have been responsible for maintaining various gardens. We maintained the pots that were in Times Square, the demonstration garden in front of the Whale, which unfortunately is now gone. And we also have a garden at the Bay Oaks by the Recreation Building, which we maintain, and we were very pleasantly surprised to see that a good portion of it has survived. That's in our budget. We have a memorial grant, and we will continue to maintain that garden. We've been in touch with Jeff, who's been fabulous to work with on that. We also have the Blue Star Memorial at the library, and in our budget and our plans is to add a garden around that particular memorial. We would be happy to serve as an advisory capacity to the town of Fort Myers Beach. We have considerable expertise with local vegetation, including all native plants. We also have a vast number of professional contacts with whom we consult with. I understand the staff executes the direction of the council, but there have been a few miscues that I'd like to point out and to help work through in the future. First was Bayside Park and the planting of coconut palms. Coconut palms are invasive and they're also dangerous. It's a very serious safety concern. It puts a burden on the town to make sure that coconuts don't come falling down. The Estero Boulevard plantings between the curb and the sidewalks, that's my territory. I walked that area. I watched the whole project go down. And it was not a well-executed job by the landscaper. The plants were thrown haphazardly. There wasn't advance or notification of the neighbors. They were putting their garbage cans on top of the new vegetation.
Kathy, could you wrap up? If I could offer a suggestion, if you could put together, this is beautiful what you sent. If you, we can get you on the next meeting agenda so
Sure.
that you don't have to worry about a 3-minute time limit, if that
Sure.
would work, and then you could give us a full presentation.
Okay, that's
That would,
fine.
that would be great.
All right.
Does anyone have
welcome.
any objection to that?
I support that, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yep,
Okay,
no
so
objection.
just to, at Roundup, we can't wait to begin to build back the vegetation. Not sure that right now is the right time. We want to make sure that we can maximize the funding that's available and the staff time. So we're here, we're locals, I'm full-time, and you have contact information to get us.
All right, thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Mike Miller, and after Mike Miller is Linda Miller.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm here today. My name is Mike Miller. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach for 5 years now. I own the Beached Whale property. And I'm up here today to actually, I want to try and get clarification from TPI if the property located at 1204/1206 Estero has had the lot split done yet. On the card I received, little card here, that they see within 500 feet of everybody. Both 1204 and 1206 Estero are on here. On July 1st of 2022, TPI donated a portion of that property to the city. On LIPA's website, as of 7 a.m. this morning, it's still one parcel. On the plans TPI will show today, if they do show it today, there's a section 6 that shows a dedication of that parcel of being actually separated. So basically, what I'm curious, because that was donated on July 1st of 2022 to the city. So all I would like is an update, and I'm sure the town would like an update from TPI, would be greatly appreciated. It may be a fault with LIPA. Maybe it's already a lot split. I really don't know. But I would really like to find out. That parking lot is vital to the area of, there's no city parking and affordable parking in that area for the people and the local businesses. That's it.
Thanks, Mike. Linda?
After Linda will be Jennifer Rusk.
Hey, I'm Linda Miller with Shop Local Productions. We handle the farmers markets on Fort Myers Beach, hopefully soon. We used to run them. Anyway, I'm getting back with you all. You suggested looking at Town Square. It is completely viable to hold a farmers market there as far as the amount of space and the direction of the space, the shape of the space is fine. We walked with Martin, who's part of Public Works, and he suggested that they might be ripping all that up to install electrical for the town clock or something like that. So I would suggest that if you want to do Town Square for farmers market, that's fine. But we probably need a plan B, C, or D in case the market has to move for construction reasons. So I submitted copies today, probably of separate plans. I submitted some maps. So I don't know if you want to talk about that later on the agenda or if you want me to go over it real quick right now, but go ahead.
No, later. We'll go over it later.
Later, okay. So anyway, I submitted plans A, B, and C in lieu of Town Square not working out due to construction reasons. So I look forward to your thoughts and responses. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Linda. I only got plan, oh, there it is. I see it. Never mind. Just-
After Jennifer Rusk is Becky Weber.
All right, just a reminder, if you're going to comment on any of the public hearings, you might want to hold your comment until that hearing and make your comments there if you are here to speak during one of the public hearings. That way it gets into the record.
Jennifer, which one are you here to speak about? That's not a public hearing.
That's not a public hearing now. That's under council member
Okay,
items.
sorry. Good morning, town council, town staff, town manager. My name is Jennifer Rusk, and I'm here to basically let you all know that I'm against the walkover, boardwalk, really. That's what it is. One of the reasons why we chose Fort Myers Beach is because we fell in love with wide open beaches and the natural beauty of it. And unfortunately, with this decision, you will be not only allowing one person to build a boardwalk, but you'll be allowing everyone to build a boardwalk. And unfortunately, that will be destructive. It will take from our wildlife, our endangered species wildlife, and it will be obstructive. So I'm asking you today to please rescind this decision. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks, Jennifer.
I have Vincent and Nancy DeRemo, and do you want to speak during the public hearing for that item? You got it? We'll put them. Okay, so next up is Becky Weber. And after Becky will be Barbara Hill.
Becky?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here as a spokesperson for Let's Go Fort Myers Beach. And as I look around the room, there were so many of you that were here last night, and we were just thrilled with the turnout and the great support that we got from our town council. I'm here today to make a request from the committee group, and that is for an advisor to be assigned to Let's Go Fort Myers Beach for the feedback from the community, to present it and to help us and direct us. We were really excited that Karen Woodson came up to us last night and offered services. Then they found I needed to take it to town council. So here I am, and we also are requesting that we have an advisory staff member from Fort Myers Beach to also work with us on some of the community and issues that we're bringing forward and requests. And not all of them are issues, but they're visions and wants. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate if we could start working on that as soon as possible. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Becky. John, can you add that to your list of items to talk about the potential of what has to happen in order for that to happen?
Barbara Hill, and then after Barbara is Penny Jarrett.
Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, members of Town Council, staff. My name is Barbara Hill, and this is concerning the 298-foot private boardwalk, as Jennifer mentioned. I know that you all received a copy of Lee Gregg's public comment for this meeting, and I think I have already let you know that I agree wholeheartedly with her comments. I respectfully request that council please end all of this, and that includes the indemnification letter, which you are going to discuss today, and the agreement, the Audubon lawsuit specifically, and the permit by rescinding your vote to approve this private bridge. Please, please. We must focus on rebuilding our town. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Penny?
Good morning,
morning.
and it's nice to be back. I am addressing also the 298-foot bridge for private property owners that goes through state lands. I took the time last night to read through the judge's very lengthy statement regarding the lawsuit that was filed by the town of Fort Myers Beach along with Audubon against Florida DEP that was giving the submerged land lease. As we all know, nature changes a lot. And in that document, the attorney, and I think I have this correct, the attorney's really major points where there is new information that one, the lagoon was not tidal. He called it, according to whomever was assessing this, primarily for Root and Kramer and DEP, that it was through stormwater catchment. It is a tidal flushing lagoon. We can walk down there, we can see the tides, we can see how it flushes, cleanses that lagoon, fills the lagoon, and it has been, sometimes it closes, but it opens. Ian has opened it, and it is a tidal flushing lagoon. That was a major point of DEP, of the judgment to give to DEP. Second major point was that the snowy plovers do not nest in this vegetated area. There are currently snowy plover nests there. There are chicks running around. These tiny little fragile chicks are running around. That judgment was wrong. So 2, tidal lagoon, it is a tidal lagoon. 2, snowy plovers, a threatened species, Florida's threatened species, are nesting there and they are using that habitat. Number 3, there was comments about the fact that the drilling of these pilings will not damage anything. Now, that was one structural engineer that made that comment. However, as nature changes things, these lagoons have changed, and also our information about it impacts. As you will read Gail Crabtree Pergoli's letter, the concern regarding the collapse of the building in Miami and the multiple things that all came together to cause that building to collapse, of which her condo is relatively close to where these pilings would be drilled in. If this disaster of, it is not a sleek design as has been proposed. This is an obtrusive 300-foot football bridge length bridge that is going to cut the lagoons in half for viewing. The prior owners the Root and Kramer put up private property when it had not even been determined that it was private property. In fact, the state would like to dismiss their claim, and
Yeah,
yet
you-
they
you
were
need to wrap
keeping
up, please.
people out of what was state property by their signs and saying that, you know, they had cameras and everything. So I ask you to rescind the letter of indemnification, and I don't know if that's been sent out, and also to take up the vote again so that this can, the 6-year fight that many of our residents have, myself included, have put our heart and soul into to stop having a 300-foot bridge along the critical wildlife area. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We have no presentations. That'll take us to local achievements and recognitions. Council members will get to ours after we do the first 2 resolutions, if that's okay. Okay. The first one is Resolution 23-62, Times Square Clock Donation. Approved resolution number 23-62 entitled "A Resolution of the Town of Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, accepting the donation and ownership of a replacement clock previously located in the Times Square area from George and Linda Merchman, providing for severability and an effective date. Joe?
I'll try to make this quick. You guys have quite an agenda today. As some of you or most of you might know, I during the storm or after the storm, actually, I gathered up some archives and pieces of the island. And one of the pieces, Joe, if you could identify
Yeah.
yourself for the Oh, record. so I If you're apologize. many of your fans, most of your fans know who you are. yeah, but, Joe Orlandini, I apologize.
This is more for your enemies. not for
Yeah,
your-
yeah. Thanks, Dan. You made me lose track here. So I did gather up some of the items and shared that with everyone. One of the items I tried to find was the clock, and I was unable to find it. After a long search, one of my business partners said, "Hey, wasn't that clock company up in Ohio?" Yes, it was. I contacted one of our old employees. She gave me the information. I chased it down. We got a proposal for the clock, and off went a deposit to get a new clock. We have gotten to the point where it took a while for them to build it. I did go visit the clock and touch it in the factory. I got to see the factory. What a unique place that is. The clock is now on Fort Myers Beach, as some of you probably are aware. It made it. It's been a long road to get that clock built. I see why it takes so long after going to the factory and see what they have to do. The hurdle I think that we're having, and I'm very thankful for the staff and Public Works has been working with me to get the clock installed. We've looked at the pedestal. It is a little out of level, but not enough for, I think we have to change it. I think we can level the clock with the mounting system that it has, but we are lacking power at the moment. They have been very helpful working through the proposals and the bids that have to come. I think we're down to narrowing down one of them is where we're at. But I do need them to expedite that if they can. We were pushing to put the clock up on the 2nd. I have a technician that does have to come from the clock company to actually install it. There are a lot of components. It's the 2nd of July, right? It is. I think it's getting a little tight. I'm not sure it's going to make it. There are some weather type things that we have to do. There's a lot of components that that go to this clock. So we might not make it, but if it's at all possible, I think we're going to try. So I guess at this point, we'll keep you aware of where we stand with getting that installed. And of course, thankfully, George and Linda Merschman were the donators of the money to pay for the clock, thankfully. That was, I think we did that back in January. So it's here, it's ready. We just need a little help. Thank you.
Hold on, don't go away. Any questions for Joe?
I have a question. Since our town manager's here, maybe he could yield to staff. Is this logistically possible? Can we help them make that July 2nd date?
We will try our absolute best. I think so.
Thank you. We have offered to do the trenching that needs to go to the pedestal where the power comes from. We literally need the power box and the meters, and then we can actually trench to the clock ourselves and set up the power system that comes from that pedestal. The pedestal is over by a Stero and what would that be? Lynn Hall Park, and is up by the Mango Bay in that corner, if you're aware where all the power is. It is a bit of a trench. We have to go in and out a few things, and there's still benches still there, so it's a bit of a challenge to get it there. We cannot use the old line that actually is routed still to the pedestal. It's no good, so we've got to replace it. But we're going to do what we can to help do that and facilitate getting that power in there. We just need help with that pedestal and the meter. Thank you.
John, is this something, this electrical work, is this something that would have to be procured through our policies and procedures, or is this something that can be part of the donation if you were willing to do the work, or how does that work?
I don't necessarily think it needs to be procured through us. I think that it needs to be coordinated with Public Works so we know where the line is, so we can keep track of it going forward. All too often it's not knowing that those lines exist in particular locations when you're going to redevelop a property that poses issues. And I think that's part of the component of the resolution is potentially the ability to move it depending upon what this town council decides to do with the redevelopment Times Square within that context.
Any other questions for Joe?
I think, Mr. Mayor, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, I think you're hoping that the town would contract with an electrician to run that power to the light or to the clock. Is that correct?
The Public Works in the meetings we've had, Public Works actually
Has offered to do that.
has offered and is set up to establish the power. The main power system is the town's power. You guys will need it or the town will need it for the rest of the power throughout Times Square. The outlets for the palm trees and other pieces that are powered up through that area. But from the pedestal to from the meter to the pedestal of the clock is what we can supply. So if the town at this point, what Public Works has worked on is just getting the power and the pedestal in place, the meter, and I do need that.
Well, thanks, Joe, for your
Thank you.
efforts, and thank you to the Mershman family for their kind donation.
I'll let them know. Thank you.
Now, I guess it sounds like it's a little fuzzy because I was going to ask, I know that in the cost in our sheet, it just says XXX, and I wonder if we have a better estimation of any kind of financial impacts.
The
More from our end.
I'll get that back to you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, the big thing is we just want to make sure, we're getting any needed permits or anything like that as well, but we'll coordinate with Joe and we'll get it done hopefully as quick as we can, so.
And it doesn't seem to me should be a significant budget issue, I assume.
I don't think so. No, I think the last estimate we had was a couple thousand.
It's not that impactful. It's the power needed over there, I think was all of a 200 amp panel and a regular size meter. So it's not a crazy system. It's pretty basic.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't take 200 amps to run the clock.
No, no, it doesn't. But I think the rest of Times Square will need enough power to run on. And I think it's the panel box has enough breakers as the supply that's needed.
So Joe, in a perfect world, I mean, what is the time frame between now and when we'd actually be celebrating the clock?
My hope was to be able to do it on the 2nd. If we can, I think we have enough of FPL support to be able to get it powered up. If we can just get the actual meter there and the panel there and agree, then we can do that. If it was, I thought the town was actually in, there was some other things that they were doing outside of just that meter in that box in that location. But if it's that simple, I guess I'll get with Public Works and see what the proposal is. And if we can get it done quickly, we'll execute it and get it done. And I think you can issue a permit pretty quick on that.
Sure. Yeah, we if everyone's not familiar with the Times Square area, we did have some power outlets near, like Joe said, under the trees and the rope lights. So we're just seeing how we can expedite at least getting that clock done first, but then also setting this up so that we're not having to go back and redo all that again. And it does look like one of the proposals that we got was about $13,000, and that was for restoring electric to that clock. So we'll work with Joe on that and see how we can get that done as quick as we can.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? No other questions?
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. bring it
Mayor,
back.
we need a vote. That's a resolution.
Yeah, I was getting
Oh,
there.
okay.
I would,
thought you were moving on.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 23-62.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving resolution 23-62 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we have resolution 23-68, 7-Eleven donation for the ball field restoration work. For resolution number 23-68 entitled "A Resolution of the Council of Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, accepting the donation of $25,000 from 7-Eleven for ball field restoration work at Bay Oaks Recreational Campus, providing for severability and an effective date." Anyone from 7-Eleven here? No? I should.
Mayor, I don't think, but Jeff's has been talking to them. He'll be able to
Okay.
update us.
Yeah, Jeff Hauge, Director of Cultural Parks and Rec. I did receive an email that they sent a big check to Mark, who's not here right now, but they did have a ceremonial check. We'll get it here for a picture op, but their donation was just basically to go towards the ball field. I asked if they wanted to earmark it anywhere specific, since MLB and Scott's is already doing their part in that. They just said they just want to help get the ball field ready to go for the kids in the community. So we happily accepted it.
Jeff, since you're up here, first of all, thank you to 7-Eleven. Thank you to Major League Baseball and Scott's. That 75, the combined, the 50 and the 75, what kind of a dent does that put into our budget to redo those ball fields? Just so people have a sense of the broader challenge that we face.
So the Scott's MLB grant, they are actually doing the work. So there's this, it's $50,000, but they're going to come and redo the infield, and they said they would probably help us out with the outfield too, since I gave them an aerial footage of what it looks like currently. So that, I mean, we still will have to do, a fill and a grade because of the condition of it. So once we have that done, we'll also have to do irrigation. So we're setting up all of those, those quotes and getting that done. So I'm not sure the overall cost. We won't know until we get all the quotes in. We do have some package deals, but we're just in the process of that. That needs to be done in the next, Scott's MLB wants to start in July and have a ribbon cutting in August. So it's a lot of moving parts. So I'm not sure the overall budget of it, but it's gonna help a lot.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jeff, is the ball field a separate project through the FEMA worksheets, or is it, or is it a one combined thing for Bay Oaks, or did they separate them out?
That one was a combined. It was they basically, when FEMA came in, they did the building and then the grounds, so that was considered grounds.
Okay. Any other questions for Jeff?
I'd like a Slurpee.
And, yes, Mark from 7-Eleven came down. I had mentioned that my son really likes Slurpees, and he brought down a packet, so I'll get you a couple.
I believe there might still be a stack about this big of free hot dogs in town hall somewhere. If someone is looking for a
And
free
big
hot dog.
gulps, I think we're
Yeah,
part
it
of
could be part of it. I don't know. All right, thanks, Jeff. Is there a motion for resolution 23-68?
So moved. Second.
The motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we have advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. From Murph, Dr. Fossum is here to give us a presentation. Doctor?
Are we going back to recognitions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll go back. I forgot the rest of our
Okay.
recognition. Can you wait just a few seconds? All right, I appreciate it. Thanks, John. We'll start with you.
I don't want to steal some of your thunder, but I just wanted to recognize Lee County Commissioner Ray Sandelli. He announced last week that he won't be seeking re-election next year. And I've got a chance, not as well as the mayor, to meet with him and talk with him, and have enjoyed it. He's always reached out. When I've contacted him about some things, he and his staff have just been fantastic about getting things accomplished. I just wanted to thank him for all he's done for Fort Myers Beach and Lee County, and he's a true gentleman and a very much a class act.
All right, anything else? Vice Mayor Dahl?
I'd say ditto on what Councilor King just said. I would also thank Commissioner Sandelli for his service to our country and the military. He's been a joy to work with, and we'll still have a good year and a half with him. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with he and the other commissioners. I would just also this morning, I just wanted to reach out to the individual citizens who are taking it on their own initiative to either walk when they walk along the beach. I just saw a post from John's better half this morning picking up debris on the beach as they walk. I see a lot of people with bags doing that. It helps. I see people daily walking their street, either sweeping it, picking up nails, sweeping their neighbor's streets. I love to see particularly on Estero Boulevard, when people take ownership of the sidewalk in front of their property, both residents and businesses, and sweep the sidewalk, sweep the neighbor's sidewalk, trim some of the vegetation while we're waiting for the town to have a plan of action and the county to help on that front. I'd love and thank the citizenry who's taking it on their own initiative to go forth and clean up their neighborhood and clean up in front of their property, their neighbor's property. And I see it all over the island, and it's hard to see it collectively because we still have a lot of challenges, but individually, it really is a bright light within that particular area in the neighborhood. And so I just want to thank folks who are doing that. Obviously, the town and the county have an obligation to play a significant role in that. But I just love the fact that people are taking it on their own initiative to help clean up our island as we await even more help from the town and from the county. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Woodson?
Just two things. I want to thank once again Beach Talk Radio for their organization of the pub crawl. They brought in, I think, over $5,000 in donations. It all ended up at the Whale for the anniversary of the Whale. So it was a very, very fun event, and I know there was a lot of participation. The other thing I really want to comment on is the Let's Go FMB meeting that was last night. I think the turnout was fantastic. I think the whole premise of what our citizens are trying to help with and the positivity that came across in that. I know personally, I have a whole slew of notes in my phone about suggestions that were made, which I will be getting with Andy shortly and staff and move this forward because I think it's a really, really positive move. And I really salute all of our residents and businesses, especially for getting involved in this.
Thank you. Counselor Beach?
It's always tough when you're at the end of the list here.
You're not-
I would, did what everyone said. I had a conversation with Ray Sandelli, and, he still is going to be around for a while. So let's not encourage him to be a short timer yet. But yeah, but he's very, very pleasant guy. He's always good to work with. The other thing is just a shout out to Turtle Time. Right now, the nesting is kind of in full swing. We're getting pretty close to start seeing some hatches. The berm is working. I saw one this morning. It was a new nest. Number 46 is on top of the berm. So just everyone to be aware of that the Turtle Time is out there, but there's a lot of activity.
All right. Thank you. I'd just like to say congrats to Michael Poff, Greg Skasny, and Sally Seabury for their being appointed by Governor DeSantis to the Library Board. Also would like to thank Roger DeJarlet, who they are having a little bit of a soiree today for him at the county. Could not attend, obviously, because we have this meeting, but in case you don't know, he'll be retiring next month. So wish him nothing but the best and thank him for his assistance in helping us pre-storm and myself pre-storm and throughout what we've been going through after the storm. And then also, same thing, I won't go too much into Commissioner Sandelli. I think what has been said is pretty spot on. I thank him for his service to the country, his service to Lee County, his service to Fort Myers Beach, and look forward to continuing working with him over the next 18 months and seeing how much he gets to enjoy his retirement finally, if that's what he chooses to do. But knowing him, he probably won't. That's all I've got. Next, we'll go back to Dr. Fossum. Sorry about that, sir.
Morning, I'm Greg Fossum, Vice Chairman of the MRF Committee. Steve Johnson couldn't be here, he had family obligations. We have 4 recommendations for Town Council that we would like to propose today. The first is to do with the Bayside Park. Did you get the memo from Steve?
We did, yes.
Oh, good. One, we are very concerned about uplighting that was in the original park. We were against it before the original park was put together, and we would not like to have uplighting, which actually is against the town ordinance about lighting. There's supposed to be no uplighting anywhere in the township, and it's unbelievable the Fort Myers Beach Township has uplighting in their plans. So there was some discussion about what to do about that, because you maybe have to put it back to the way it was before the hurricane. One suggestion we have is just shield it. Put like a 1 or 2 foot high shield on top of the uplighting. That way you get foot lighting and you don't get uplighting, and it is restored to the way it was before. So we strongly don't want uplighting.
Just before you move on with that, Greg, because
Huh?
now we're now in advisory committee, so we can interact. So Jason, with FEMA money to rebuild anything, including Bayfront Park, do we have to put it back exactly the way it was? Can we omit things? Can we, what can we do to not interfere with that FEMA reimbursement?
Sure, everything from all the conversations we've had, I think the best plan is to put it back to how it was.
Yeah, every conversation I've had with anyone that has any interaction with FEMA that has done this for a very long time, they've been very, very straightforward about, in order to guarantee your funding and not have clawbacks, you are to rebuild it the way it was pre-storm.
And and that includes not omitting something.
Exactly the way it was before the storm. Doesn't mean after it's done, you can't make changes, but
Okay,
in order to get the funding, you have to put it back the way it was before the storm.
thanks for the clarification.
Well, the other thing that's changed since the park was originally designed was the white amber lights that they were going to put in the park. Since most of the township is now amber, there's no need to put dual lighting. And I don't know if that would violate the FEMA, but it would be nonsensical to put something in that shouldn't even be used. So instead of putting dual lighting, put single amber lighting in the park. Other recommendation is some of the members were concerned about artificial turf, that it might be harmful to some of the natural wildlife, and to come up with something else other than artificial turf. And then what's already been presented is coconut palms. They're just a bomb ready to happen and hit somebody in the head. So we're suggesting non-coconut palm, non-invasive trees if all possible. I don't think that would violate FEMA palm versus a coconut palm overall. The second recommendation is, you've already heard, the advisory board report. We do not want that private sector 283-foot bridge made in the environmental critical zone. We voted 7-0 to say, please don't put it in. We also, in related to that, would suggest not allowing them to start construction, waiting for the last appeal to occur, because any construction could cause damage to that area, and then deconstruction, if they won the appeal, would damage that area. So we're suggesting waiting on construction until the appeal has been finalized. The last one is just, we have 3 remedial projects that have been submitted, and was wondering when they're going to be put on the agenda. We have a landscape and vegetation management ordinance, tree ordinance, and the irrigation and water shortage model. So those are 3 things that we've submitted, and we're hoping that that would get on the agenda soon.
Andy, did you make note of that? Any questions for Doctor?
I don't have a question, but I've got a concern after having watched the 6/14 meeting. I was very disheartened and extremely disheartened by the tone, tenor, and rhetoric used by members of the committee. It started off early with one individual talking about raking of berms that's going on, and that's not happening. He didn't provide any proof to that. So what he did was disparage some individuals who I respect, and their reputation has been sullied because of this. Individuals like Bill Perry, his son Will Perry, and Chris Weber. I talked to Bill. They're not raking berms. They'll go over the berms to get to the sand that they rake, but that's not raking a berm. These individuals care about this island as much, if not more, than anyone who serves on MRF. I respect them and their hard work they put in, sometimes at no charge to anyone, to make this island beaches as pristine as they are. The attacks escalated after that when the chairman chastised the entire southern end of the island. Not once, but twice, he used the word poison in describing the residents of the south end and what he said was a big problem. The problem was FWC accusing people of removing signs and allegedly confronting FWC representatives. Now, I'm not going to condone any attacking behavior, but I have my doubts about landowners doing this. First and foremost, because the owners of 3 of the condos down there, Islands End, Carlos Point, and Castle Beach, have not even been certified for occupancy, so there wouldn't be any owners in there. That section of the beach also took a big hit because from Ian, and I doubt that a lot of residents are walking that area. Those that are in the area, I'm sure, are very busy trying to recover from the storm. So again, I've sent this on to the chairman. I'm very disappointed. I think the tone, tenor, and rhetoric is not helpful. I believe an apology is owed to those individuals who were besmirched, and that's all I have to say about that.
Well, in regards to that, we had no documentation of it occurring or not occurring. So that's
But
why,
yet accusations were made.
but we didn't make a recommendation to town council.
Accusations were made, and
Okay.
you called people names. I mean, that, you represent
all
the
right.
town.
John, I think you made your point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Fossum?
I have a couple of questions, well, for John. Now, I know there was it was mentioned there was a bill passed in the state level to prohibit us from enacting some ordinances. Now, the MRF for some time has been, at the direction of town council, is working on a tree ordinance and a vegetation ordinance. Is that something that we are prohibited from enacting?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I think that FDEP, as well as other state environmental agencies, regularly propose or provide local governments with draft ordinances on native trees, xeriscape, turtle lighting, a series of different subject matters. I would have to take a look at the specific legislation to see, because it is rather lengthy in some respects. But I'm not aware of any prohibition on the city or the town being able to adopt landscaping requirements, whatever they may be. But we will certainly look into that. I do know that there was direction prior to the storm to look into potentially updating the town's landscaping regulations. I do not know what the status is.
Well, like, if we're allowed, I would recommend moving forward with these ordinances that have been worked for some time. They've kind of got put on the back burner because I think it's a good idea to get these in place before people start replanting. That's, the reason why those ordinances are there. And the watering ordinance is something, it's a model and ordinance that it was basically handed to us saying that this is what we want you to do. And I think almost every municipality in the area has done it, except for Fort Myers Beach. So it's just, that one's pretty much just to go through the motions, but it's something that we have to do to be in compliance with the water conservation rules. So I'd like to, and we can talk about that on Thursday, but I'd like to see those get on our agenda. I think they're important for getting our rebuild done right.
Counselor Veach, I have no problem with putting those on the agenda for Thursday for discussion items. Could you, either yourself or our town attorney or town manager, could we, since it's been some time, and quite frankly, I think some of these originated before the new council members came on, could we take some time and just give us an overview of each one of these, just so we have a kind of a refresher course as to what they involve?
Sure.
So I think that if we're going to discuss it in MMP, I think that might be the proper time to do that.
Fair enough.
As opposed to doing a presentation.
Yep, that's fine.
I would concur.
Any other questions for Dr. Fossum? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
That brings us to our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the remaining A resolution 23-54 through 23-16?
Minutes, please.
Did I miss the minutes? Oh, see? Evidently, I can't read today. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the town council meeting of June 5th, 2023?
So moved.
I got a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the consent agenda. What's remaining is consent agenda item A, resolution 23-54 through 23-60, extending the state of local emergency. C, resolution 23-53, stormwater grant acceptance, and D, special event off-duty fishing series.
I'll make a motion to approve the ruins of our consent agenda.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Now we'll go to resolution 23-16, 1054 Fifth Street. I believe Counselor King, this was you pulled this?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that after to let people know that last week I had a meeting and a question occurred that about the project at the base of the bridge. The question was if it was going to commence in October. Representing us on the Lee County Metropolitan Planning Organization, I did some checking. That project is delayed because it was sent back out for rebid. They received only one bid and it came in at extremely high. So the bids are expected to be completed by December. The base of the bridge will not be a roundabout. That was another one of the questions that came up. It was described to me as more of a Mr. Peanut look. I'm not sure where the monocle or the cane go, but that's what I wanted to share. I previously shared it with the council in an email, but I wanted to let the public know.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Mayor, while we've paused on this, can we just have just a one-sentence description of what property is being transferred, just so to keep for the folks who might be watching?
Sure, it's the former Ocean Jewels property. It was, I believe, the Lee County Sheriff's Office had a little trailer there. It's right on the, and right when you're near Fish Street going off the island, it's just a small little lot right there on the corner.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, the chamber used to be there as well.
Yep. Just trying to keep the public aware who are watching. Yep, all good.
And I just also pointed, I'm sure this is too late for the game, but there's a little piece of land that the county owns, it's 10 Old San Carlos. And it is a strip that would potentially connect Times Square to the beach. And I don't know, maybe make us eligible for some TDC funding. That if there's some way we could, in this move, we could acquire that little strip of land, that would be, I think, potentially beneficial to the town.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of consent agenda item B, resolution 23-66.
Motion, is there a second? I'll second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next is the RFP-23-03-UT, the Earthview First Amendment. I pulled this just for simple clarification because in reading through it, I could see how it could potentially be confusing. And Jason, please, or Andy, please correct me if I'm wrong. The $664,250 is the new total. It's not on top of the original 489,000, correct? It's for the difference between those two, not the 600,000 on top of the initial 49, correct? Is that correct?
I believe it's an additional, but we can have our utility staff come up.
For the record, Paresh Patel, engineering construction project manager for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Yes, that's an additional 664,000 on top of what we had, 489,000. That's going to be now million something. We are asking to add another about 64,000 linear feet of pipe clean out, considering the existing situation, and we might have to go back to redo the same pipes because of the construction, the bridge removal, construction project going on the island wide. We are anticipating we might need additional linear footage to clean out and video monitor, and that's where we have the clear picture of where we are for the new restoration of the stormwater system.
Okay, and this way I would assume would be part of a FEMA reimbursement program through?
Yes, so
Okay.
far we have already discussed that with them, and it's a PA.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. And I know we have a long agenda, but this is such a nice opportunity to get updates on things. I heard from a number of constituents, particularly as we enter the rainy season, some severe flooding on their streets as they await the cleaning of the stormwater system. Can you give us kind of a broad overview as to where we are on the cleanup? Are we at a third, 50%? Is there particular areas of the island that are being prioritized? Can you just give us a thumbnail sketch of where we are?
Sure. Island-wide for the total.
Pull that
stormwater-
mic a little bit closer towards you. Yep.
Island-wide for the total stormwater system, we are more than half done. And we have the prioritize the stormwater streets for specifically for outfalls. We have joint, Estero Boulevard is Lee County owned and maintained stormwater system, and we have the joint outfalls with them. So in order to make this system work together, we are prioritizing joint outfall streets wherever they are is separately segmented throughout the island, and so we are going to prioritize that. Right, currently we are doing the North Estero Boulevard, cleaning that out. That's entirely our responsibility as a town. We are almost done on that side. Immediately we are going to jump back to South End, where the prior outfall systems are, joint outfall systems are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Mayor, if I may, last night at the Let's Go Fort Myers Beach, I talked to one resident who had his area cleaned out the stormwater, and he said the first time in years the water didn't stand as long as it had in the past. So not only are we clearing out what happened with the hurricane, but there's probably other residual that was in there ahead of before that that is also helping to relieve some of the pressure. So an excellent project that is making a difference.
And it's a kind of a joint effort as well. Lee County still has to do certain portions of their system to clean out. That might be, a little bit joint effort. Whenever they are doing that segment, we will jump back to where they are and simultaneously clean out our system associated with their system.
Thank you. Anything else? Thanks, sir. Bring it back. I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item E, RFP 23-03 UT Earth View First Amendment.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. That motion carries unanimously. This is resolution 23-63, town road signs. Agenda item F under consent agenda. Was that you as well?
That was me.
Okay.
Now, the reason why I pulled this is because there is a decision to make. We have two different quotes. One is for the generic signs and one is to improve them a little bit by putting our graphic on it. And I think, Jason, what was the upcharge for the graphic?
It was like 12,200 or something.
Right. Yeah, around that. Yeah, I can confirm that.
So I think, considering it's not much of an additional cost of percentage, then I would move we include that, the logo on the signs as part of this project.
He's got a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 23-63 and include the option of putting the town logo on the street signs.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion?
I-
Idaho?
I just had a question. I've not seen a picture of this. Before we proceed on this, can we see what it looks like? And A, and B, just out of curiosity, are the street signs going to be green or are they blue?
They will be blue, correct. So I do not believe we have a concept art for it. But it would just be it would be the town logo on the blue street sign, just like they were before previously.
When you say just like we were, it didn't have the logo before, correct?
Correct, but the same blue with the white lettering.
And
So the logo goes into one corner
Correct.
on left or right side.
I just me being fussy, I'd
Sure.
like to, before we spend $12,000, I'd like to see that, just my personal preference.
Once again, Paresh Patel for the record, project manager to engineering and construction. We did not have logo earlier on the streets, town logo. We are planning to put it in the front, but we asking them to provide us a one sample and then get the approval by everyone and then move forward. If we choosing that option, they are going to give us a one sample of the logo. In that case, we have option to either put the logo in the front or the back, depending on everyone's approval.
And when do you expect to get this sample?
As soon as we give them the NTP, and that will be our first discussion, and we will ask them to move forward with the one sample, and maybe we will have them as both before or after, then seek the approval.
So, okay, I'm being really picky here, but if you include that in there, does that make the sign bigger so that it's still legible, or does that shrink the size of the font because you've got the logo there?
No,
It's a
we
ve- it's a
have
very
to,
good question.
no, we have to keep the letters, which is minimum required by the standards. And we are anticipating about 9 inch of extra length of the signs. Some particular signs, Avenida Pescadora, which are kind of long names, we might have to look into either, there's a maximum limit how the long the signs can be. And we might have to do the up and down double letters or shrink with some numbers. Yes, the 9 inch extra length will be added, and that's part of that, including that 12,000 something difference.
All right, thank you.
So I'm getting kind of the impression that the sample is really like a proof for you to approve. It's not as opposed to look at a few different samples and select one.
It's for more for the approval, and if we want, we can have, at that point, we did not specify in the front or the back. We can tell them we want the logo before the name, street name, or after the street name. That's our choice.
I think, just me speaking on my own here, I think the public would be interested in this, and I think it'd be interesting to put them on our town website so the public can respond. This is such a pervasive, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's a pervasive a piece of the puzzle for Fort Myers Beach, and I think it'd be nice for the public to have some input on that.
Yeah, I
Thank
you. I don't think we have any more questions. The thing I had about it was, as you have said, we didn't get a chance to see what each option looked like. We have encouraged residents with the handmade street signs over the last several months that we like them, we encourage them. We think they're a nice, funky, eclectic thing that added to the community. To me, that has more significance than a very small logo on a very small sign. And I think we could potentially spend that $12,000 better elsewhere.
I think I agree with that.
Councilor King?
I think the vice mayor spoke for me because that's where I was going.
So we have a motion to approve with the added sign and a second.
I will withdraw that motion.
Okay. Then I will make a motion to approve the street signs without the logo. To keep this moving forward, we need to get those street signs back. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but if the town staff does have the flexibility to show us something and it overwhelms the population of our island and we want to go back and look at it again, I think, again, without being able to see it and see what impact it has on the sign, I'm for saving the $12,000.
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, that was a second. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was or wasn't?
It was. It
Oh,
was.
I thought
I
you
didn't
said
say
you
it, but
did.
it was.
Oh, I thought you said you did.
Oh, did I? Okay, then.
And I would
It's
just,
already
Maybe my
wrong.
hearing is going as well as
No,
mine.
it could be my mind.
are you guys done over there?
Yeah, I think we got it worked out.
So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but to me, this is going to be a permanent thing, and it's a pretty small price to pay, especially when you consider the percentage of the cost of putting up these signs, to add a little bit of style and beauty to the island. These handmade signs are great, but they're going to fade. I doubt when we get the signs, the real signs up, that there's going to be the same drive to keep those. And we know that some of those are very variable. Some of those are certainly a test of my eyesight when I go driving by. But that also, to me, was one of the motivations to trying to put a little bit of style on our street signs. I notice there's a lot of communities that do this, and I think just has more appeal than a generic sign, especially for the money. It's fairly cheap considering the percentage cost of the entire project.
Could we move forward just pending a proof and then make the final decision once we see the proof on it, so we actually have a visual?
I think that's a great idea.
We certainly could, we could certainly table this to, or is there a way, John, through, I guess it would have to come back before public.
Very simple. When, as staff indicated, once the notice to proceed is issued, the contractors agreed to give us a sample. That sample will be provided to you all, and you can then at a council meeting give staff direction. a change order to the contract will be processed for the additional work. Very simple.
So we could move forward with the current motion and bring it back once we
Absolutely.
see the proof.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, we'll get some artwork, a proof, instead of getting an actual sign made, because you've seen the blue signs, you know what that looks like. We'll get a proof that has that logo on there. And then we'll circulate that, and I'll get Jenny to get it out there. And we'll do some of that legwork, and then we can approve this and just put them on hold if you do approve it, and then we can come back to the addition. It's within my realm to spend that 12,000, so we could just get it approved at the August 7th meeting if we have to.
I just think it's important to get moving, at least get the ball rolling with this. It's a safety issue. We can always add it. It's going to take time for production. So if you can get that artwork out so we can start getting some feedback, and if we need to bring it back for a change order before they start the actual construction of the signs, then we can get that done.
And if I may, it might be something to collect the other signs that have been handmade, put in the new town hall as a reminder of Ian, and secure those in a different way, but that's discussion for another day.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Brings us to item G, RFP 23-14 PW debris monitoring. Was that you as well? Counselor Veach, or was that you?
That was me.
Okay.
I just wanted a further explanation of what the services are.
I invited Frank to come to the meeting today to explain this particular contract.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, clerk, Mr. Herron, and staff. My name is Frankie Kropacek. I'm the contracts manager for the town of Fort Myers Beach. To answer your question, sir, the monitoring element of the debris pickup is the person that is responsible for all the changing FEMA regulations, all the field documentation and metrics that's provided back to us. So they're the ones that are following these crews around that are picking the stuff up. They dictate what can and cannot be done based on the current FEMA regulations during a storm. They meet with the town prior to kickoff of hurricane season. We got a late start on this because we had a few bugs in previous contracts that we had put out. So we will be going over with the new vendor as far as what they expect from us and what we expect from them. And when we do get our other piece to that, which is the actual pickup piece, they are the overlords of that. They watch these people, they dictate where they go, where they dump, how they dump, all those things for us. So it frees up our town personnel.
Okay, thanks, Frankie.
Thank you.
Before you go, this is your first opportunity to be at the mic, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, welcome to Fort Myers Beach, and
Thank you.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't allow you to give 30 seconds to identify yourself and also just share a little bit about your background, because I think you've been a pretty good catch for Fort Myers Beach, considering your vast experience. So go forth and give us just a thumbnail sketch of your work experience.
I'm just an old man that couldn't get a job at Publix. But basically, yeah, I have over 30 years in government service, both at the county and state and local levels. I came here via some county agencies here in Lee County, both on an advisory capacity and also as an employee. I'm here to do anything I can to help.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I do have a question before you go away. Sorry. And I don't know if this is even the appropriate time to bring this up, but how are we monitoring debris going forward? We know we put a cutoff on it. We said no more to the side streets, that kind of thing. How are we monitoring what was there at the cutoff versus what could possibly continue?
So what previously was in place from Ian was a contractor. The debris monitoring aspect of it was, I believe, Thompson was the overseer of that contract. And the facilitator of that is Crowther, not the roofing people, a different Crowther. Basically what their job is to reach a certain deadline, a saturation point by the state. We had reached that point. We've set out the feelers to everyone as far as what we could and could not pick up. From that date, from here on out, it is the responsibility of the homeowner or whomever, a business owner, to make arrangements. So when we see these big haul trucks going up and down Estero, they're doing it for private contracting. They're doing it for other things as well, but not for the town. That only would kick in case of an emergency. And we were nice enough to reach out to, or I should say Crowther was nice enough to accept our reach out. And until we get our picking up piece of that debris contract out and straightened out, they were nice to extend the service with the town through hurricane season, or basically almost through hurricane season. So we, even though we adopted a new or brought on a new monitoring aspect of that, with the same pickup piece that we've had for the last 3 years is still intact until we can get a new RFP out.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Bring it back to council. Is there any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve RFP-23-14-PW debris monitoring.
I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next, we have item H, authorize the town manager to sole source Turtle Time Inc. services for sea turtle nest monitoring and relocation and emergency berm project area. Is that you as well, John?
Yes, it was. I would just like an explanation for the cost.
Hello, once again, members of the town council. My name is Frankie Kropacek, and I am the contracts manager for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Sir, in regards to your question, Turtle Time is a nonprofit, volunteer-based organization. They're the only ones deemed right through FWC to do the work that they do. The fee that is being charged was part of the permit fee for the berm restoration, and it actually has to tie in with Turtle Time for the relocation and any fees incurred along those ways with turtle nests.
I guess I'm not fully understanding then.
All right, so part of the permitting process for
prior
the-
to berms, don't they do this work anyway?
They do, sir.
And
But when the berm, in order to get the berm permit and to get the berms, here's your turtle guy right here, but basically that was the way that was conveyed to me, right?
Good morning, Chad Schutz, environmental staff. So we are doing a construction project. We have permits for that project. We're the responsible entity, so we need to hire someone to do the monitoring that's required by those permits. So that's what we're doing in essence, is hiring Turtle Time to fulfill that permitting condition.
I guess, but I'm still trying to understand, isn't this the work they would be doing anyway, or?
No, not necessarily. They're coming to extra meetings. They're doing relocations, which they typically would not do. They're making decisions on whether nests are staying or being removed out of the berm. So that is above and beyond what they typically would do. And this, talking to the county, this amount that we're paying is in line or below what would typically be charged for other permitted marine turtle permit holders.
Okay, thank you.
Chad, would this additional cost be covered under FEMA reimbursement as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chad, I see Mike Poff here. Is he going to be speaking later?
Only if you want him to.
So I would love to pick his, he's just not here very often. He's probably one of the best consultants we've ever hired. Could you come up, Mike, for a second?
Actually, could you wait? Because I'm going to ask you to come up on the next one anyway.
All good.
If that
That's
works.
fine. That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
I'll move to authorize the town manager to sole source Turtle Time Incorporated services for sea turtle nest monitoring and relocation in the emergency berm project area.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries unanimously. Next is consent agenda item I, direct staff to place sand waterward of the erosion control line for beachfront properties that do not sign the town easement to place sand landward of the erosion control line. I pulled this because I was hoping you would be here to help explain this a little bit better, because there was something in your packet that I think has really caught some people's attention. And it's the last part that says which will fill with water. So if either one of you could come up and kind of give a little bit of background of what this entails and the exact areas that will be affected by it.
So if you can allow us to do a presentation, and we'll address that question on the tail end.
I have no problems with that.
All right. So we have here a photo. It's pretty indicative of what's going on a large portion of the beach. We have the Gulf on the left, wet sand all the way up to the berm. So just wanted to show that it's typical from, say, the 3,000 to the 5,000 block. All right. So just to give some background information for everybody's information, we lost about 220,000 cubic yards of sand from Hurricane Ian. We are working with FEMA and with the state to recover that, about 89,000 cubic yards from the Category B emergency berm. That is a FEMA project. We're in the process of getting the Category G, which is the northern segment from Bowditch to Margaritaville, around 57,000 cubic yards to be added. That would come in with our renourishment project. Hopefully, if everything gets approved by all the federal commenting agencies. And we're also asking the state to, the difference between that 220,000 cubic yards and the Category B and the Category G to add additional cubic yardage to our funding so that we can recover entirely from Hurricane Ian. A quick berm update. We're about 75% of the linear shoreline feet of the berm has been laid in, more or less, and about 116,000 tons of sand out of the entire 123 approximately for the total project. So things are going well. Unfortunately, on the south end, we have some complications due to nesting birds. I know a lot of people down there are looking forward to the berm sand and been asking about it. As you can see, with all those white circles impeding access to the beach and down the alignment of the berm, is complicating things. So we're holding off until shorebird nesting is complete. We've also been requested to add additional segments of the berm where it didn't previously maybe qualify due to FEMA criteria. Michael can explain that a little bit more if y'all have questions, but adding some berm or some elevation to areas that have been reported flooding at king tides and giving their property some additional protection from storm surge.
Are those green lines that you just showed there on the seaward side of the ECL?
There is no ECL in this portion of, so on the right, there's no ECL on the southern portion of the beach. On the left, that green portion would be landward of the erosion control line, yes.
And have they signed the easement to receive the sand?
Some have, some haven't.
So it wouldn't be continuous through there?
Depends. Sometimes people chase those trucks once they start seeing the sand being
Okay.
dropped. So it's just, right now, it's just a proposal to add additional scope.
Got it.
So we also have a lot of scours behind the berm, in front of the berm, that we're looking to possibly add additional sand on a separate project where we have some ponding issues. I think some people have written into y'all about that. That's kind of on the north and south of Wyndham Beach where we're seeing this happen. So we'll estimate the fill and see what it's going to cost to fill in those. This is just a quick summary of where we're at.
Could you just go back a second, because now this is an area, forward one more. By the Wyndham area, one more forward. Now, isn't this an area where a lot of the owners there were saying that they were not critically eroded and they didn't want to be a part of this project?
In the middle of those two green areas, correct. I have talked to the owner of the Wyndham. He did sound amenable to wanting to fill in that scour. And I can talk to Sanderac, which is on that right side as well. They both sounded like they're amenable, so we can work things out if they want the sand. Right now, it's just a matter of, can we even get the sand funded?
All right.
And how much do we need and how much it will cost?
And this area, is this going to be a part of the beach renourishment, or is this not going to be?
No, so both of these areas, which is why we're talking about, is outside of the renourishment. We have scours like this along the entire beach, but we're anticipating the renourishment to take care of those issues. So the reason why this is kind of a pullout is that these areas won't be addressed by the renourishment, and the berm has already been put in where it's going to be placed. So just tidying up some issues around the berm that aren't going to be addressed by renourishment.
Thanks.
So I'm sorry if I missed this, but did you say that this, so you're surveying it to find out the additional costs and then that will continue to be covered by FEMA as well or not?
So this likely would not be covered by FEMA, but we certainly will ask. You don't know until you ask, but we also have additional funding sources that we're going after for this as well with the state. So again, yeah, we're going to try with FEMA, but as Michael was saying, likely come from the state, but it doesn't hurt to ask. FEMA is only going to pay for what I'm told is the design of the berm, which is just that, 30 to 40 foot, 50 foot wide area with that trapezoidal shape. That's all they're likely going to pay for, but certainly doesn't hurt to ask. So just summarizing where we're at with the renourishment project. We had received our FDEP permit. We went back in for a mod to add the offshore borough area that the county was let us participate in for additional sand in the future, as well as sand on the Carlos Point Beach area to repair the Hurricane Ian damage to that beach. We are also still waiting on our U.S. Army Corps permit with commenting agencies, still waiting on their comments. The BOEM is the Bureau of Oceanic and Energy Management. I think I got that right. So that's with, again, that offshore area that Lee County is helping us participate in and working on the ILA with Lee County. Our schedule, if everything goes well, we're still looking for a third quarter start for construction. But to do that, we need to finalize our design plans, which means we need to finalize which properties are participating by giving us their easements. So this is back to that first photo that we saw. This is in the central segment. In the central segment right now, we have only about a third of the easements have been signed for participation in the renourishment project. The north segment, the vast majority of the shoreline has signed on. The south segment, the same. Most people have signed on, but the central segment likely will not have or meet thresholds for doing the entire design of the project without their participation. So I'll let Mr. Poff take over. He's going to explain some of the technical sides of what our different options are and what they mean in terms of beach management.
Just real quick, going forward, can we get these on a presentation as opposed to consent agenda? I didn't know anything about there was going to be a presentation, so this would have been nice to have it at the beginning, just so that people that have been here waiting for a while could have adjusted their time schedule. Thanks.
Mike, before you start, could we set the table just a little bit? Because there was a stat here that I'd not seen before. We've now estimated that we lost 220,400 cubic yards of sand as a result of Hurricane Ian.
Yes, sir. For the record, Michael Poff, Coastal Engineering Consultants. You are correct. That's our calculations based on all of the surveys that we did on your behalf.
At what point did we come to that conclusion? When were we able to make that assessment? Is that recently, or is that?
We completed all of that in March of
March.
this year. Correct.
So of the 220,000 we lost, obviously prior to the storm, we planned on a significant beach renourishment. So the emergency berm sand, it looks like the aggregate amount of that sand is what, 123,000 cubic yards? Is that right?
89,000.
89,000.
Correct.
So will the beach renourishment get us to 220, or will I hope it will far exceed 220 because we were already at a deficit before the storm, right?
Oh, you're correct. The beach project volume was about 900,000 yards before Ian.
So that's what I want the people to hear is
Right.
that
So we went over 1.1 million when you take into account Ian's impact. And we're asking FEMA for the 89,000, which the majority of it's already been placed. Then there's another 57,000 yards that we're asking for the north end The north end is from Crescent Beach Park up to Bowditch. That was your original project limits from the 2011 project. It's a different category than the berm. It's category G. And so we've asked FEMA, and in order to be economically smart and the fact that we already have the project in line, we've asked FEMA to work nicely with the Bureau of Ocean Engineering Management, Army Corps of Engineers, all of the sub-agencies to approve that sand volume to be placed concurrently with the beach project. That way we only interrupt and disturb that area one time.
I guess what I'm trying to get across, Mike, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for this island. Almost $32 million of sand, of which the town puts forth, I think, a million of that 32 million. And we're going to have a total, I mean, we lost 220,000 cubic yards, but we're going to infuse, did you say 1.1 million cubic yards?
That's the goal, correct?
This will transform Fort Myers Beach. And I guess I'd say that, first of all, to let people know how significant this is, but also to encourage people who have not signed the easement to consider signing the easement, because this will be transformative for Fort Myers Beach. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Could not have said it better myself.
Any questions for Spock?
I'm a little confused here that, the title of this is about putting sand down seaward of the ECO, right?
It should have been landward.
Okay.
It should be landward. The topic before us is placing sand landward of the erosion control line, which is on private property for the properties who have either A, not signed their easements. Well, that's it. So as Chad reported, we have people who have signed it. We've had people who have said absolutely not. And then we've had people who have just not responded at all. And so that's really the question before you, town council, is for those who don't respond, are you going to go ahead and place sand on private property or not?
That's what I wanted to get at.
That's the crux of today's question.
That's
So-
what I wanted.
So this is an authorization to do something on private property that the owners have not approved of.
Have not responded. Correct. They've not said yes, they've not said no, they have just been silent.
Right. John, while they're conversing, could you please
Well,
step in?
All kinds of red flags, bells and whistles are going off at this point in time in my head. And, I know that we had this conversation when we were extensively discussing about the fact that there might be property owners who would not sign the easement, and that as a result, this is what would happen. And the direction of the town council at that point in time was to direct staff, all of us, and we worked very diligently to try to get as many people to sign the easement as possible, and proceeded with the project given those parameters. This is a sea change, no pun intended, to that prior direction. And I would, while I obviously knew about the agenda item and looking through and approving the agenda item, I think that a much more consideration needs to be provided from my office's input as to the ramifications, because I always am extremely concerned when we talk about going on to private property without the owner's authorization. And I know in this particular instance, the discussion is, well, we really just haven't heard from them. I do not believe that not hearing from someone should automatically translate into they are giving us their permission.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mike?
So
What
we
are-
have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What are our options to, you got 'em?
Sure, that's
Okay.
what we got.
Good.
So the options are, we picked two sample profiles, one in the north segment and one in the central segment. This happens to be monument R177. So to set up all of these graphs, the vertical axis is elevation, and the mean high water line is around
plus 0.3. So about 0 is about your average mean high water. And in absence of an erosion control line, that would be the private property. But here we have an erosion control line. It's ECL. It's a vertical line. It's about 520 feet from the monument out to the erosion control line. So from that erosion control line, that vertical little line that says ECL around 520 feet, from that point landward is private property. From the erosion control line seaward is state-owned property. And so the profile, sorry, there's a bug flying around. The red dashed line is the post-storm profile. The blue line was a monitoring survey in 2021. So that shows the amount of erosion that occurred. We lost, in this case, there was a twin dune system at about elevation 6.5 on this particular transect. We lost all of that sand and a significant portion of the beach berm. If we have an easement for this property, we can build the entire template, which would basically restore that 2021 profile to pre-Ian conditions. So this is in the case of we build the entire permitted template, have an easement in hand. If we don't have an easement and we start at the erosion control line and work seaward, then that is what the template looks like. But the elevation of the permitted template at the erosion control line is about 2 feet higher than the rest of the beach moving landward on a private property. Thus, we're creating a pond during the rainy season. Probably not desirable. So the other option would be is to only build part of the template, a low-lying seaward extension of the beach fill, and not exceed the elevation of the existing beach if we don't have easements.
So Mike, let me ask you a question on that. Being that we're delayed with some of the bird nesting area on the south end of the island, is there a little bit of time to make an ultimate decision one way or another to still be able to get this done, to give us a little bit more time to be able to try to reach some of these owners to get these easements signed?
Yes, Chad and I have talked about, the goal is in August to have the plans done so you can bid this and get the contractors looking at the bid documents. And even after we bid the project, we could even do an addendum to the plans. But before you open bids, which ideally would be around October 1st, October 15th at the latest, because you want to give the contractor time to mobilize, you want the contractor to know if he's building template A, template B, or template C.
So if we were to table this to an October, the first meeting, or August, I'm sorry, would that be enough time to be able to prepare what you need to prepare to get a decision on this item and hopefully get some more people to sign the easement to make the decision a little bit easier?
There's nothing really left for me to prepare. It's really for Chad and staff and you, council, to appeal to the residents. And the goal today was to share this information so that residents who haven't signed it, who haven't communicated with the town, can be more informed about what these things would look like on their property, depending on how we all decide as a team to move forward.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say let's come back in August. By then we'll have I guess what Chad and I could do is prepare a map of the properties that have signed and the properties that have said no and the properties that have not responded, have like a color coding or something. So we have an idea of quote unquote where our focus areas need to be. But in the meantime, Chad has that information. You all are talking to the residents or have the ability for them to communicate to you. And let's give it one more push to see if we can't get more people to sign yeses.
Well, I certainly am in favor of that. It would allow John and his staff time to take a little deeper look at this, that we have time.
Sure.
You look like you have a question, Vice Mayor.
I was just going to ask Mike, if you could just take a 30-second pitch for those who not responded, or for those, we have a lot of people watch our council hearings now, for those who may know of somebody who lives on the beach, who may not be aware they've lost their property, they're out of touch. I mean, it's hard for a lot of folks who are going through a tough time. what's the result, again, for these are for folks who've just not responded. What's the impact for them if they do not sign the easement? Just from a practical standpoint, you ran into them on the beach. You have 30 seconds to explain what would happen if you didn't sign the easement. What are you missing out on? Make the pitch if you would.
Sure. You're missing out on the protective value of the beach from the storm damage reduction benefit standpoint and from the environmental standpoint of having the beaches in some of these areas are so low lying, they're not going to be successful turtle nest hatching. If the water table is so high, you'll have inundation of the nests. You have the recreational benefit, you have the continuity of the shoreline, and you have neighbors next to you who have signed their easements, who want the sand. And if we can't get a continuous, say 1,000-foot stretch of continuous yeses, the contractor can't build on a 100-foot property and then skip a couple properties and then build 100-foot. So your neighbors aren't going to get the sand either if we don't have a nice continuity of yeses. We can skip an occasional property, we can work around them, but we can't go every other property, every third property. It's physically impossible with a hydraulic cutter head dredge to build a project like that.
And again, for those who've not responded, and they all of a sudden see how great this is for their neighbors, what's the value of that sand? Obviously, it depends on the size of the property, but just give people a rough idea of the value of the sand that they're missing out on by not signing the easement or not being aware of the situation.
You mean the cost of putting that sand on
Yeah,
the
if
beach?
if I came in a month later and said, well, I want that sand. and,
Oh,
well,
gosh,
you missed
like to truck it in then?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's $100 a yard to truck it in.
What's that mean in a project sense from somebody's property?
Say 100-foot wide property, 50 feet, that'd be 100 times 50 times 3 feet. Convert that to cubic yards times $100, it's tens of thousands of dollars per lot.
So if folks who have signed the easement have a neighbor, they ought to check with their neighbor to make sure that they've signed the easement and, or at least make them aware of the option. And again, I just think it's important to spread the word. Again, people have a right to say no, but for those who have not responded, I don't know that the argument has been brought to them. And that's why it's so helpful to have you here today.
Sure.
Mike-
I think the
Mike, if
people
you
who have
could-
said no understand the project.
Right.
We've
I
had
respect that,
great
yeah.
stakeholder meetings, and we've said to the community, it's a community project. We're not trying to jam this on anybody, but there are so many benefits to it. But people have, the two main things are, by doing this, you're allowing the people to have public access across my private property, and they're going to walk through my backyard, and they're going to use the beach and the berm and all the information that we've been given about people's feelings. They feel that it creates a public access that is not the intent of the easement. It says an easement, it's not granting public access, but people interpret it that way. And that's the number one stickler that we've heard from the people who have said no. The number two thing is when we put sand on private property using public funds, the town and Lee County, who is also a major funding component through the Tourist Development Council, require that 75% of the frontage be planted in a 10-foot wide strip. And people don't want plantings. They don't want vegetation. They're concerned it blocks their view, different things that we've heard about vegetation. So those are the two main sticklers of why people don't want to be in the program.
I'd like us to kind of back up a little bit here because the presentation that Chad did seems to be quite different than the presentation that you did, and your presentation seems more in line with what it says here with I. So the question before us, as I read I, is that should we, if someone does not sign the easement, should we place sand waterward of the ECO for those properties? And do we do it at the B high level or the C lower level? Right, that's a question that's really being addressed by this item.
That's correct. I think you addressed that quite thoroughly. My only question to you would be, could you provide Jennifer with a block range from whatever it is, 2,000 to 5,000 block, not specific addresses, but the areas that don't have or have not responded, to help get that out through public media, social media, things like that, to help, as Vice Mayor Adderholt said, maybe their neighbors will say, hey, I noticed my neighbor lives in that block. I want to check with them to see if they have it signed. Because I'm going to make a motion actually to table this to our first meeting in August to be able to allow you to do that, to allow John to do what he needs to do, to make sure that when we make this decision, we have as many people there signed up as possible. And hopefully this won't have to be a decision.
Could we even take it a step further and contact these people directly by letter? Or
I believe
Well,
that that's
they've
what they're
been already
trying to do.
communicated with, I believe, twice so
Twice?
far. So Chad's getting ready for the third round,
So
yes.
there will be a third one going directly to their homes or wherever they are now, or
Chad
that type
shaking
of
his head
thing?
yes, so it'll be a third outreach directly to the ones who haven't responded.
All right, thanks, Mike.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
There's a motion.
Second.
I was just gonna-
Discussion?
I was going to just, unfortunately not before the motion, is just request that what Chad was talking about was separate from separate as an item from what Mike was talking about. Because we have one item here which needs to be, what you were saying, but then Chad had a whole other thing that I think needs to be considered.
I think Chad's
Yeah.
was taking advantage of the opportunity to be with me here to talk to and update you on the berm and the beach project. There was no decision to be made. It was simply updates on some of the stats.
I thought there was an increase in the scope by putting more sand where there's some ponding areas and some areas that weren't included in the original scope.
That'll all have to come back to you. That would be a whole separate bid, a whole separate contract. We're waiting on the state to say, yes, we're going to fund that extra 74,000 yards. So if you go back, and I'm happy to see if I can make that happen here. Chad gave you the stats on the volumes. So the recovery summary. So again, quickly, category B, FEMA, 89,000 yards. That's happening now. Category G, we're waiting on a separate FEMA approval. Then there's that 74,000 yards that we've asked the state of Florida to fund. And that would be done as a separate project to fill in the remaining scour holes along the beach. The areas that Chad pointed out, any scour holes landward of the berm that FEMA doesn't pay for. FEMA's very restrictive on what that berm can look like. And so that's why the berm looks the way it looks. It's not that Michael Poff said, hey, this is the perfect way to make this berm look. FEMA says this is what you're allowed to have by our rule to in essence, create some level of storm protection from a 5-year flooding storm event. It's not a very big storm. Even the king tides get as high as the 5-year storm. So that's 74,000 yards. Excuse me, we come back to you.
Okay.
Much later.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
As long as we've touched on berms and it's become an issue, I don't know, Chad, if you can address it or not, about, you mentioned FEMA has designs on it, handicap accessibility for our public access. Is that being addressed yet? And if so, how?
So yes, we're waiting on the berm to finalize construction, to finalize the surveys, make sure it's built the way it's supposed to be built. After everything's signed off on, we can work on accessibility to restore ADA compliant slopes for people to get over to the beach, and work with Public Works to restore accesses, ADA access on accesses.
Any time frame or?
It's my first emergency berm. Sorry.
Thank you.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there a possibility to add those ramps to get over? I've had some people complaining that they couldn't walk over. The sand was pretty soft, and I don't know if that's something that would mess up the scope or not. Just a general question.
Yeah, I mean, Moby mats and all the usual suspects are going to be options. The sand will harden up as it rains on it. It is very soft once they put it first out. But
Yeah,
before we couldn't drive a beach buggy over it, now we can, kind of thing. So
Okay.
yeah, those things are going to be options.
All right, thanks. We got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Does anyone care to take a quick 10-minute break? Or we'll recess for a quick 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:55. 10:55, sorry. Please take your seats. We're gonna get this going again.
Glad you're going to explain it.
All right, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. It is 10:58. Before we move on to the next item, I want to go back real quick. Mike Plouffe made a good point. Can we, oh, it's gone now. Is Mike still here? There was a slide that they did not get to show at the end that had the link to be able to go and sign the easement should you want to. If Jacob's trying to pull it up real quick, just so that everyone has it.
I
It's
can
also
tell you, go to fmbgov.com/beach.
/beach if I remember.
Right. And then in there was a link to it.
That's what it was. Okay. Repeat it one more time, just so people have it.
fmbgov.com/beach.
There you go. Thank you.
For your signing pleasure.
Well, where did our town attorneys go?
He was headed to the restroom a minute ago.
I guess I called the meeting back a little early.
Here he is.
There's John. There it is. It's up on the screen. If anybody wants to take a picture of Jenny, you can get that fmbgov.com/beach. All right. Attorney's back. We get this to our public hearings. John, do you want to swear in all those that are here for potential
Yes.
testimony?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the following items on the agenda are quasi judicial in nature. 11A. 11B. 11E. And 11F. That's regarding the CPD for TPI. I'm sorry, I should know that. The second one is
Snug Harbor.
Snug Harbor. The last two are resolution, proposed variances for 2 single-family homes. Anyone who's going to provide testimony with respect to those 4 items that have been mentioned, if you could please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Witnesses have been sworn. I don't know if you want to just call them in one after another or in the order in which they're in the agenda. It's up to you.
I think we'll just go, unless there's, yeah, I'm assuming there might be attorneys here for most of those. So if there's no objection, if we just move in order of the quasi judicial ones, if that works. Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay. And you said, John, it's A, B, E, and F, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Our first hearing is ordinance, first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-09 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Ordinance Number 18-04 and amending the conditions for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 1170, 1180/1192, 1204/1206 Estero Boulevard, 251 Crescent Street, 1150 Fifth Street, and unaddressed parcels generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-43-00205.0070 MSP parcel number 3 and 24-46-23-W3-00006.0000 MC parcel number 1, 24-46-23-43-00206.006 MC parcel 1, 24-46-23-43-0009.000 MSP parcels 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-44-U0494.2609 MC parcel 2, 24-46-23-43-00205.0070 and 19-46-24-W4-U0491 MC parcel number 2, 19-46-24-W4 0140B.0070 MCP parcels number 2 and number 6, 19-46-24-W4-U0496.2608 MCP parcel number 2, and 19-46-24-W4-U0498.2607 MC parcels number 2 and number 6, Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for a conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll now open the first public hearing.
Just a note there, Mayor, I think there's a couple places where you called it 43 instead of W3. And hopefully you don't have to go and do it all over again.
Do I need to redo this whole thing, John?
No, sir. I was also going to say that at the beginning, there is a Scrivener's error and it says replacing and it should say amending. We are amending ordinance number 1804. We'll make that change between first and second reading. But the properties are properly reflected in the title of the ordinance as provided and available to the public through the city's website or through the agenda that's available here today.
I appreciate not having to do the alphabet soup again.
Yeah, we all do.
So we are opening up the first public hearing. Before we get started, I spoke to the town attorney about this particular one in regards to a potential conflict of interest between now and the second hearing. He has advised me that I should abstain from voting on this until we get more clarification. So I will fill out the proper paperwork with the town clerk after the meeting. With that, would you like to start, Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. I want to point out that all of you have a new ordinance in front of you. It is the same ordinance that was in the agenda packet with the change that where it said repeal and replace, it has been replaced by amend or amending because the applicant pointed out that they did not intend to repeal and replace the previous ordinance and the associated documents. They only intended to amend that ordinance and the conditions as I will explain in my report.
So this one actually still says replacing.
In the title.
In the title.
Yes,
okay.
we'll make that change.
That's the
as I
change that you're
indicated.
gonna change. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The property owner of TPI FMB is requesting an amendment to two conditions of approval in Ordinance 18-04. The commercial plan development that approved TPI FMB, known as Margaritaville. The applicant is requesting amendments to conditions 14 and 20. Condition 14 requires that the landowner execute and record a restrictive covenant that states all allowable density and intensity on parcels 1, 2, 3, and 5 have been used and that no additional development may occur. Also, that the landowner must convey a restrictive covenant to the town for a perpetual conservation easement over the portions of parcel 2 and 3 which are not constructed on in order to limit additional development on those parcels. The applicant proposes removal of the restrictive covenant requirement and the conservation easement requirement and proposes that future development beyond the approved CPD would have to be approved by the town council and comply with the comprehensive plan and land development code. Condition 20 requires that parcel 3, which consists of a surface parking lot, be included in the covenant and conservation easement described in condition 14 to ensure the maintenance of the view corridor. The applicant proposes striking through the requirement for the covenants and conservation easements on parcel 3. At the May 9th LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval of the request. This is the first town council hearing for this proposal. The applicant is here and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Sarah?
Do you have like some kind of map or something or drawing of where these parcels are and what these easements imply?
Did you print off your?
It's in the agenda.
Yeah, I believe fourth page of the master concept plan shows where those parcels are. That was actually the main reason why I included the approved master concept plan in the packet. That
Packet
is
page
not being
303.
amended in any way. But it does show that what parcel number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is, for clarification.
It's on packet page 303. Anybody looking for it? While people are looking at it, are there any other questions for Sarah? They may have some more questions after.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members. My name is Steve Hartzell. I'm with Pavis Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of TPI FMB. With me today is Tom Torgerson, who is principal of TPI. As Ms. Probst has pointed out, our request today is to amend conditions 14 and 20 of Ordinance 1804, which approve the Margaritaville MPD. As it was noted, we are not asking to replace or repeal Ordinance 1804, but we are asking to amend that. And it's also important to keep in mind that the amendments that we are asking to make are not to the development plans, but rather to conditions 14 and 20. Why are we asking for that amendment? Since Hurricane Ian turned the town upside down, everybody's working hard to respond to those impacts, and nobody ever expected to deal with what's become your everyday reality. It's that unexpected change that caused Mr. Torgerson to ask what might affect Margaritaville in the future. The purpose of the Land Development Code is to encourage and promote, in accordance with present and future needs, safety, health, ordinance, convenience, prosperity, and general welfare of the town of Fort Myers Beach, and to recognize and promote property rights and provide for efficiency and economy in the process of development and for the appropriate and best use of land. Now, according to section 34-85B of the Land Development Code, when you're considering rezonings, the town council should consider, among other things, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected, and whether there exist changed or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. TPI submits that there are changed circumstances arising from the devastation of Hurricane Ian and its impacts on the local economy, which make it appropriate to look at the future of Margaritaville, and which we hope will serve as an anchor and an inspiration for future redevelopment in this part of Fort Myers Beach. Now, condition 14 has an inherent ambiguity because it says that the intent is to limit in perpetuity the density and intensity of parcels 2 and 3 to that which is approved in the CPD, and to maintain all areas on which buildings and pavement are not constructed only for outdoor recreation on parcel 2 and a single level surface parking lot on parcel 3. Maintaining an open area where buildings and pavement are not constructed on parcel 3 only for a single level surface parking lot is inherently inconsistent. That ought to be clarified. An open area doesn't have a parking lot. But more importantly, condition 14 appears intended to bind all future town councils from even considering any redevelopment that might increase density or intensity, regardless of whether those future changes might be compatible with future changes in development regulations of the Fort Myers Beach town plan. We would submit that changed circumstances make it appropriate at this time to amend condition 14, which unnecessarily limits the town's ability to respond to future changes.
Is that last slide, is that literally from the ordinance itself, or is that being struck from the ordinance? I'm having a hard time finding it in 14, that exact language. Is that the same language that's in
Yes,
our?
that language is in condition 14. And on this slide, slide
John?
number 7,
John, do you see where it is on the ordinance? It's all been struck on 14 here, but on which, or anyone, do you see that language?
Yeah, I see
Not this
14,
slide.
14 seems to be about parking lot configuration.
Is it page 8 of 12, on page 9 of 12? Where is it
It
on?
starts on page 8 of 12, 8 of 12 of the
Yep, I've got that.
agenda item, and
You could go
page
back a slide.
294 of 588.
Yeah, I've got you there. If you could go back a slide, sir. This, where it says limit in perpetuity, that's the language I'm trying to find in this. You guys see that in there?
It says,
If-
and enforceable by the town in perpetuity.
And is that on page 8?
On the bottom
or
of page 8, at the start of paragraph
Ah,
14.
found it. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
looking at slide number 7, we've got, these are the proposed changes to condition number 14. I did pass out for you a copy of the slides that we've got too, if that's a little easier to follow. Condition 14 says, prior to the town issuing any development orders for demolition, site work, or new buildings on parcel 2, the landowner must execute and record a restrictive covenant in favor of and enforceable by the town in perpetuity that acknowledges that this CPD approval has consumed all allowable density and intensity on parcels 1, 2, 3, and 5. That restrictive covenant removes all flexibility or opportunity for the town to respond differently in the future in the event that changes become appropriate in the future. It effectively ties the hands of all future town councils. Is it necessary? No, we submit that it's not, because no additional development may occur beyond that which is approved by the development plans in this CPD without the approval of the town council, even without all of the language that's in this condition. Condition 14 also requires a conservation easement to do the same thing. If you look at the slide, in the highlighted portions in the second line, where it says the landowner must execute and record a restrictive covenant in favor of the town, and in line 8 on slide 7, the landowner must convey to the town a perpetual conservation easement. We submit that in this very new post-Hurricane Ian environment, it no longer makes any sense to completely eliminate all flexibility or future opportunities for modifications in perpetuity. That's counterproductive to the town's desire to be certain that all development has to be compatible with and cohesively mesh with the future framework of town redevelopment. There must be opportunities available for future town councils to accommodate unexpected changing circumstances, just like Hurricane Ian was. So what can you do?
Can I just back up just a second? So you say that the CPD binded future councils, but here we are, a future council, and the mechanism is still there. It's amending the CPD.
We are asking for you to make the change that will give yourself and future councils the ability to make changes if that happens, if it becomes appropriate in the future. Frankly, our concern is that right now we realize what can happen. We're in the midst of that. And we believe that this is the appropriate time to make the kinds of changes that will give you flexibility in the future without actually making the change or making any changes to the development plans. In this last clean version of what we propose in condition number 14, you can see that this still provides all of the needed protection for the town in the future. The amended condition, as we have proposed it, says that no additional development may occur beyond that which is approved by this CPD without prior approval of the town council. The intent of the condition is to require that any future changes to this CPD must comply with the Fort Myers Beach Plan and Land Development Code in effect at the time of any future application. TPI submits that the proposed change to condition 14 promotes the intent of chapter 34, and it gives the town greater flexibility to consider future redevelopment consistent with any future changes that might occur in the community. If you agree with that, as Ms. Probst pointed out, there's also a reference in condition 20 to the conservation easement, which we have requested to be struck. We presented this and discussed it at the LPA. The LPA was unanimous in its agreement to recommend approval. We would ask that you consider these changes and that you would approve the amendments to the CPD. As I said, this gives you future flexibility without actually changing any development plans at this time. We'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Before we get to that, John, I forgot to ask about ex parte communication. Can I do that before we?
Yes, sir.
Any ex parte communications, Counselor Beach?
Yeah, I've had a conversation with the applicant and I'm somewhat familiar with the project.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Vice Mayor Idaho?
I don't believe I've had any conversation until briefly this morning with the applicant. I had an email exchange with a former council, member of the town council, and that's been the extent of my communications.
Counselor King?
None.
John, do I have to?
No, you, since you recused yourself, you shouldn't participate in any further discussion.
Okay.
At this point in time, and or at some future point in time on second reading, if we get an opinion from the Florida Commission on Ethics that you can participate, you would then disclose ex parte communications at that point.
All right, you just answered my second question then. All right, you had a question for, any questions for Mr. Attorney? Steve, would you Steve or Steven?
This Steve.
Steve?
Thank you.
Yeah, I have. So I understand that when this is a further contentious approval and a lot of these conditions are put in based on that, is there some immediate post-Ian need that is driving the timing of this? Is there, I mean, is there something that needs to be done because of Ian that is kind of driving?
There are steps that need to be taken with regard to conservation easements and restrictive covenants that we need to proceed with at this point in time if this change doesn't get made. Yes. So that's.
My question is physically, is there something that you need to do or because of Ian on this property that requires this change?
None that I'm aware of. In terms of physical changes, as I said, there are no changes to the development plans that are taking place as a result of this proposal. This proposal is simply for the purpose of giving you flexibility, should it make sense in the future, to make any changes.
So in that way, you're saying that any kind of change that if the council was agreeable to make would be a multi-step process. This would be the first step.
Yes.
And then any other step would require future or present council approval.
Yes, we would have to come back and actually propose any other changes.
And there's nothing particular in mind that you have, no changes that may.
Nothing's driving this other than the fact that Mr. Torgerson looked at what has happened here and recognized that there are things that might not have been anticipated. There could be changes in the future for the town of Fort Myers Beach that would make some change to this development also appropriate. And right now there will be, we're in the process of having to put into place deed restrictions and conservation easements that will effectively tie your hands, tie the hands of future town councils. And we just don't believe that that's necessary or appropriate.
And so none of these restrictive covenants have been recorded yet.
Not yet.
And again, there's nothing So is the timing of this, the immediacy is because there's a deadline coming up for when these have to be recorded?
Yes, there are.
Okay, so the timing is just to avoid implementing these restrictions.
Yes.
Anything else, Councilor Beach?
Nope.
Councilor Woodson?
I have a question. Actually, I want more of a history lesson here. In perpetuity is pretty strong language that was put in here.
Yes.
And I'd like to know how that all came about. I was obviously not on council at that time or anything like that, but I mean, for that kind of strong language to be put in an ordinance and then wanting it changed, so where did that come from?
I was not here at the time. I wasn't part of those discussions. Generally, that kind of language comes up because somebody says, we don't ever want to see any change at all in the future, forever.
On just this property or in conceptually the whole town?
Well, because it was this CPD, it
This-
would be limited to
this
this
property.
property, yes.
Any other questions?
No,
Not yet?
not confused,
Vice Mayor Hall?
confused.
I don't have any questions, but I will have a comment.
I'll be happy to come back after the public's spoken and answer questions that may
Councilor Kane?
arise.
No questions.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Now we'll open it up for public comment. Anyone here? Is there?
I apologize. I meant to introduce Mr. Torgerson to speak briefly.
All right, we'll hold on public comment then.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Torgerson?
Morning, if it is still morning. I thought it was public, but anyway. I'll get more to some of your questions, Councilor Beach. And Councilor Woodson, you asked for a little background and I prepared some comments this morning that kind of start with a little bit of background and maybe it helps the picture kind of come together a little better as to what we're trying to accomplish and why now. To start with history, it was over 9 years ago since we started acquiring what was then really, for the most part, defunct lands that were devastated by just the fact that they were mostly developed in the 50s. So time was a factor, but Hurricane Charlie was a huge factor in why a lot of the property was out of commission. And it was 9 years ago then that we started our public outreach as to what are we going to do with this property. And for those that were around at the time, you know, our first go around didn't go very well. And then we regrouped with creating focus groups of community members, primarily those people that were very opposed to the first conceptual project that we came forth with. We never made application on the first project, but we did significant public outreach. Then it was following all the focus groups and public outreach. It was a little over 7 years ago. It was spring of 17 that we started or did submit an application for what is TPI-FMB, the CPD that's in front of you. It was a little over 6 years ago that the final vote took place, May of 18, approving the CPD. Since then, the project and many other people have bridged the worldwide pandemic. We also had the joy of dealing with 3 lawsuits and 2 appeals. These lawsuits and appeals were against the town, but we joined the lawsuits and defended the town in their regard and prevailed in over I think just a little bit over a 2-year period on all those suits and appeals. Then next to be hit with, Hurricane Ian while we were under construction. And Ian does have a lot to do with this, what has everything to do with this, but Ian did set us back again, not just in cost, but in time frame of opening the resort. This is actually, since we made application in 2017, this is actually our third town council. You are the council that, let's say, will bring this project across the finish line, and it will open up under your oversight. Approval today will pave the way for our certificate of occupancy, which I think is a key point here. Our certificate of occupancy and obtaining our certificate of occupancy is a requirement of everybody, whether you have a CPD or not, before you can open up your new business, your newly constructed business. The stipulations that we want to amend in the CPD are requirement as is, if not amended, to be put in place as a condition prior to to our ability to obtain our certificate of occupancy. So that is one key point about timing. Why now? Although we never had the intention of coming forth before you with this request, were it not for Hurricane Ian. Ian just opened, I have to say, I can't believe anybody's immune to the reality that Ian exposed us to, as to how exposed this barrier island really is to one, storms, and two, we've become very, very aware how much regulation has been instilled in the last decade or two, and will continue to be instilled in these coastal areas. And that's what we're really fearful of in the short term. And I'll use a real life example of Hurricane Ian. In our development, we always preserved one of the buildings. We have 4 buildings, building 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's going to be 4 certificates of occupancy. Building 4 is, I'll just refer to it as the restrooms for the beach club, the old cigar hut, the bubble room. And it was our intention and goal from the outset, and at the time this project was approved, to preserve and restore those that building under the 50% rule. We did do so. I think it was maybe, I'll make it up because it was a number of them. It was 4 or 5 50% rule permits that we went through to restore that building. And that building was fully restored at the time Hurricane Ian hit us. But it devastated that building. It was barely, it had a roof that you wouldn't want to even walk close to because it was about to fall on you and right onto the sidewalk. We actually closed off the sidewalk until we were able to get the remainder of the building tore down. But we lost our bathrooms at grade level for the beach club is the net result. So we went through a tenuous, painful process of what do we do now? And one of the constraints is our CPD and these particular covenants that we want to amend. How can we replace these restrooms? By the luck of the hair of our chinny chin chin, where this cigar hut stood on the property was just outside of the velocity zone. It was less than 10 feet into the coastal A zone, it's called, which we are able to rebuild at grade level through either a process of wet flood proofing or dry flood proofing. We thought we had agreement with the town on wet flood proofing and to rebuild the building. And that's the snafu that we encountered here over the last few months. We did not have that. And so we went back through the town and we obtained approval to replace the building through dry flood proofing. Now, had that building been 5 feet forward, more seaward of where it's at, we could not have done that and build it at grade level. And it was, I'll say, one of the 2 options was either dry proof or raise it, 18 feet in the air. And I think I've said many times on public record that, that we'll just create the biggest urinal in Southwest Florida if we put those bathrooms 18 feet in the air. So that just was not an option. So we ended up unwinding what we had designed for wet proofing and now have it under construction again for dry proofing. But I'll point out that I think we can all agree in what we've learned with Ian about how the regulations are changing and do need to change. Sometimes there isn't a lot of common sense in what happens, but the regulations will change with the intent for the betterment of our habitat and human and wildlife habitat and governmental funds, usage of governmental funds. But fast forward, let's say that this happened, Hurricane Ian happened, and A zone, coastal A zone, now did not allow for this particular building type to be dry flood proofed and put at grade level. Then our only option would be 18 feet in the air. But that would be in breach with our approved CPD. The CPD is governing as it is, not only in density in perpetuity, but also in visual obstruction of view. And if we needed to put these restrooms 18 feet in the air and these covenants were already in place, we would not be able to do so, and there's nothing you could do about it. So we would have this beach club that's now non-functional, and you can't build restrooms because the CPD doesn't have the flexibility for the then in place town council to address the situation and adjust in real time, whenever that is, how we're going to deal with this. I'm using that as a real time example, but there's other reasons for approving this amendment than Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian was the impetus that just kind of knocked us into reality. That things can happen, and how far, as Councilor Woodson says, in perpetuity is. That's many, many generations and beyond. Sorry, I'm taking up so much time, but I kind of got on a roll there. Approval today will allow us to continue and open in phases, November, December, and January. As Steve pointed out, we are not asking for any changes to the project, no changes whatsoever, and we have no changes in mind. We are only asking to be treated the same as everyone else and which would allow for future councils should changes be perceived as practical and pertinent at whatever time in the future, that we as the owners could come forth and simply go through the process of asking for an amendment to our CPD that could say, oh, the beach club is now obsolete. You know, it's just not something in 150 years from now that people really practically use. And they use, there's different forms of recreation. And I won't be alive at that time, but whomever owns the property at that time could simply come forth, go through the 3-stage LPA process, 2 town council meetings, and either get approved or rejected for making changes to adapt to whatever those circumstances are. In closing, I know former Councilor Joanne Champ has reached out to councilors and others about this, and I'd like to say that Councilor Champ was in council at the time that we went through the process, and I respect her dearly. She opened herself up to me. I would say, though, that this particular item was not why Joanne Champ voted approval for this. It was the entire package of what we presented. And there were some changes during the process, and the change that really pushed Joanne over the edge was when we contributed some additional land at the base of Matanzas Pass Bridge that we donated it to the town, And the town then was able to use it to negotiate with Lee County and FDOT in how the interchange at the base of the bridge is, which is now being mobilized for construction, would be designed and funded. And they were able to use that land as leverage to basically accomplish that, both the leveraging to have a voice at the table, because otherwise they wouldn't, and two, to impose upon the county and the state to produce the funds to make that project a reality. And that's what really pushed Joanne over the edge. She was clearly a critical vote in the process. I think in closing, I think Councilor Veach maybe asked the question about timing. Do you have any further questions about that? Why now?
Well, why now? But it's going to answer that they said, you know, I read in here, there's a 36-month window, but there's another one where it says prior to issuing any development orders for demolition, site work, or new buildings, you need to execute a restrictive covenant.
Fortunately, that never got executed by the town. So this is our last chance in just putting everything right on Front Street and right on the table. This is the last opportunity to provide this flexibility for the future of our community in this particular CPD. I don't know what we'll do. You know, I'm not here to, I'm only speaking openly. What we'll do if this isn't approved, I'm hopeful that it will be. But if we do choose to proceed and obtain our certificate of occupancies, this is locked up forever. It's done. It's over with. And we realize that now. And we just didn't, it took Hurricane Ian to open our eyes to what these, you know, the fine print of the approval entailed. So I don't know if there's really any more I can offer on that, Commissioner Veach.
You know, and I understand what you're saying. I do. And you know, that's why I'm kind of asking questions about Hurricane Ian specific items, because to me, it's quite a significant different bar between saying this hurricane happened, that was unanticipated. Now that triggered something, as opposed to saying, we just want to make it more flexible. So maybe if there's if a future council is more liberal in what they're allowing, then you can get something you couldn't get you negotiated before, because this is a negotiated deal, right? It's agreement on two parties. So that causes me a little bit of pause. Do you understand that?
And I knew that's where you're coming from. And I understand that. And I understand that. And I would just respectfully suggest that that's living in today's window. And what Hurricane Ian did is to us is open us up that, hey, in perpetuity is forever. And maybe that's really not a practical thing. And that's why we're here today. We don't feel that it's a practical imposition to put on anybody. It's an imposition that's here today that would be placed upon us if we go to certificate of occupancy. But I'll use the term, I don't think it's fair. I will challenge you, and I would suspect that this council and future councils would never impose this on anybody else ever in this community, because of how catastrophically damaging it could be. You can't predict the future. You just can't predict it. You can't predict how regulation will change. You can't predict storms. You can't predict how habits change. You know, maybe we go to George Jetson's and cars don't matter anymore. I mean, you can't predict this stuff. You know, you just can't. Ian told us that. You know, it brought us to reality. It opened our eyes.
That's a sore spot. I've been waiting for my flying cars and the Jetsons around in the 70s.
Yes, and they don't burn fuels either. But I'm open for questions. Those were kind of my semi-prepared comments.
Any questions for Tom?
Oh, maybe one Mike Miller brought up, I believe, and this would be Attorney Herron, could backfill me on this, but I think we've processed everything that we're supposed to with regard to the wasting away parking lot and the transfer of that.
Yes. You all may recall there were some unresolved title issues that they have been resolved, legal descriptions. Last communications between us and staff was we provided the document and the information to staff to go ahead and authorize the recording of the document in public records. That's in the process, may have already been filed, and it may not have caught up to the comments of the speaker earlier as to not showing up in the public records as of yet, but that is being addressed and taken care of as we speak, as well as obviously with the approval of the town council, the other component, which is the Ocean Jewels property, which we are be transferring to Lee County as part of the reconfiguration of the foot of the bridge.
I could offer up, I could really condense it down to less than 2 minutes if you'd like an update on the timing of the resort. It seems to be something that is commonly asked about. With the Ian, we're really planning to open in September. We're ahead of schedule. Obviously, that I think it's obvious that that's not going to happen subsequent to Ian. But in conversations, and even had some sidebar conversation with Steve Paponski, we're proposing this morning, that is, proposing to bifurcate our final approvals of our certificates of occupancy. The beach club is the part of the project with the pool restrooms that is most delayed by Hurricane Ian because of having to restart the restroom building. So what we're looking to do is open the rest of the resort first, excluding the beach club. So that would be the entire facility, bay side of Estero Boulevard, and the taller building, beach side of Estero Boulevard. And just everything to the east of that, the south and east of that would not open. It would open in a second phase. So phase one, the main resort, we're looking to open hopefully sometime in November. And then the beach club would follow either later December, the latest early mid-January. And that's our plan. Any other questions, or I'll sit down and public comment.
All right, thanks, Tom.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Public comment, we'll open that back up. Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Miller again, and council, thanks for having me up here. As for what Tom said, I actually wasn't going to come up here just a moment ago because it sounds like everything's been addressed. My big thing is I just want to make sure that that parking lot stays where it is. That's the only thing I care about. However you guys vote, that's why we brought you guys here and elected you guys to do what's right. As for what Tom had said, I'm a neighbor of his and in the commercial district here, and I agree with him 110%. That covenant, I think, is wrong. And like he said, the Jetsons, you never know what's going to happen. And I think that, I'm looking at building the whale back, possibly going up probably 3 floors. And, we don't even know what's going to happen. Are we going to be able to go up 6 floors? Who knows what's going to happen? My big thing is I want to make sure that that parking is key to the local businesses that's in the area, from Yo Taco, Tuna Skin, the Whale. We don't have a lot of parking. Obviously, we're going to be coming in front of you guys here shortly with variances ones for parking. And people coming down to the beach wanting to let's say come to lunch or dinner, hit the beach for an hour or two. They can pay $5, $10 for 2 hours and park at one of your locations. And that area is vital for the area. We're not in the quote real downtown area, but we are in the downtown area, and where they don't have to go and pay $20 to $40 to park right down the street because they don't want to be here all day. So that's my 2 cents. Appreciate your time and everything, and good luck, man.
Thanks, Greg. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Terry?
I'm also a neighbor of Tom in the Times Square area.
Please state your name.
Terry Prasad, Sunset Beach Grill. I'm also a neighbor of Tom in the Times Square area, and I totally agree that with Tom that that clause should have never been put in there. That's manipulation of your property rights, and as Ian shows us, when we have a devastation like we have, the rules changes, and we have to be able to adapt and rebuild using new rules, and having that clause in there will prevent them or future owners from developing that property properly. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to council for discussion.
So John, a question on this, on the beginning of 14, the original one where it said that prior to issuing any development orders, they must execute the restrictive covenant. Was that not done on the town's side, or was that not done on the TPI side?
I don't know the answer to that, honestly. Hold on, staff, Sarah may have.
Jason Green was involved in this case, and he and I have been texting throughout to make sure that I'm understanding everything that's going on as well. He indicated that that's not something that the town would have been involved in. John may have reviewed it once they completed it, but then they would have executed it and sent it to Lee County for recordation.
So then it
it's
was
not something the town would have to do anything with.
okay. So does that mean, so were they in violation if they didn't record that? Were they in violation of 14?
It appears that that would be the case. I'm not sure at what point in that process that should have happened. And if it may have fallen by the wayside because of everything that's happened in the last year.
Yeah, I'm just kind of reading this. It says prior to the town issuing any development orders for demolition, site work, or new buildings. That means even before a demo permit was issued, that should have been done.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would also point out that there are several other items that will have to be taken care of before CO that are not being addressed in today's request.
Like,
there is an off-island parking lot that has to be completed in advance of CO.
well, my feeling, I appreciate the impact of Ian and what it did for for the old cigar hut there. But I don't really like to go through and override what previous councils and willing landlords have negotiated. It seems to me that, talking to some of the people who are involved in this covenant was an important part of their approval, and that it wouldn't have passed without this. I'm not, what my concern is that if it's something around Hurricane Ian, something from this huge storm, which is hopefully a once in a lifetime thing, I'm totally sympathetic for that. But if this is just to put themselves in a position where they get a present council or future council that is more open to allowing them more density, that was not there before, that gives me a pause, because we're not going through and modifying an existing ordinance. We're going through and modifying something that they've already agreed to. So that kind of gives us some pause. This is an agreement between willing parties, and I'm just not sure whether this is really in the best interest of the town.
Councilor Woodson, any comments or questions?
I just have a couple questions. So are we clear about everything that still needs to be done before certificates of occupancy? It sounds like we're a little bit all over the board with it.
My apologies. Yes, we are aware of it. I'm going to have a conversation with John and with Steve to make sure that we're all on the same page regarding COs and the items that need to be handled. I'd already spoken with John in advance of this meeting about several items.
Commissioner or Councilmember Woodson.
I just got promoted.
I can tell you that we as staff will make sure that we in very short time period, we'll develop a checklist of all the things that are outstanding that need to be addressed, because as the developer, Mr. Torgerson stated, they are moving forward. Unfortunately, because of the end, they will be delayed. So the anticipation is that we will have all of those issues addressed and taken care of, and before the COs are issued, as required by the agreement between the parties, the development order. And we will report that information to the town council as the project progresses and we check off all the boxes.
Great, that's one thing. And, I look at this, Ian has changed our world completely. And I think the way this is proposed, that we still have our guidelines in place, that this council or future council, whatever happens or whatever take place, it allows for development, it allows for changes, or if the vote is no, then it doesn't allow. But this actually takes into consideration the immense catastrophic event that took place, and who's to say we won't have more? I don't even want to talk about that, but who's to say? So as long as the other things are in place that Attorney Herron just talked about, I'm comfortable.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yes, just a couple of quick things. I'm comfortable with the practical reasons for this request, but for me, it comes down to a broader principle. I've had the privilege of serving as a member of the town council. I served a couple terms in the state legislature, and I worked for 16 years for a member of Congress at the federal level. And there's a principle in the legislative branch that's pervasive throughout, and it's that you can't bind future legislatures, councils, congressional sessions, etc. It's just not done. And the fact that this language was inserted in here, I think, is unfortunate, and I think it's inappropriate here. And I think as we go forward, as we look to rebuild Fort Myers Beach, I think it's helpful and illustrative as we go forward, because I think it's something we're going to want to try to avoid in the future, because as wise and sage as we all think we are, circumstances do change, and quite frankly, future councils could have a better, more informed wisdom. They could have, circumstances could change. You just can't bind future councils, and this is what this language does, this in perpetuity language. I think it's wrong. I understand it was part of a negotiation, but at the same time, in principle, I think we should avoid this going forward, and I'm comfortable with the change and striking this language, so from a practical standpoint, they can make the changes they need to do to adjust to Hurricane Ian. So I'm going to support the striking of this language.
Councilor King,
I believe it's all been said and I'm ready to move forward.
is there a motion to approve or deny moving this to a second and final reading on the August 7th meeting, 2023 at 9 a.m.?
So moved.
Second.
A move in which direction?
To place it on the schedule. Is that what you're looking for?
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote, is that correct? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor or Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
Aye, to move it to the second hearing.
And Mayor Allers is abstained. The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Next, we'll move on to agenda, public hearing B, 645 Old San Carlos CPD amendment. This is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-10 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution 17-39 and amending the area for consumption on premises and the master concept plan for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 645 Old San Carlos Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, providing for revisions to the conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Before we begin, is there any ex parte communication? Councilor Veach.
Site visit.
Councilor Woodson.
I know the area.
I visited the area several times myself.
I have as well.
Council King?
I've eaten there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning. Almost afternoon.
Still
Sarah
morning.
Probst with Community Development. The applicant for 645 Old San Carlos, known as Old Seaport and Snug Harbor, Jim Figurato, is requesting an amendment to the existing commercial plan development to allow for an expansion of the restaurant seating and alcohol service area, as well as an amendment to the master concept plan. The CPD was approved through Resolution 17-39. The proposed changes include an expansion
which is part of Snug and
Say your
Wahoo
name for
Wilderness.
the record, just for the record.
I'm sorry.
Construction, you would impede access from Bayfront Park to the restaurant.
No, I think that was covered at the last hearing. I asked about the railing
Right,
along the side. You
yes.
said you were going to keep that open.
That's correct.
All right, okay.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't
all I
mean
have.
to answer for you, but.
No, that's okay. I'm nervous, so.
Anything else, Bill?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thanks, Jim. We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone here that'd like to speak on this public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close it, bring it back to the council. Any further discussion? Questions for staff? Is there a motion?
I'll move 645 Old San Carlos CPD amendment.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Again, any other discussion? Hearing none, take a roll call vote. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Veach?
Aye.
All right, congratulations. Look forward to seeing it. Next, we are going to item E, Resolution 23-64, variance 202-30060-106 Hibiscus Drive. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance 202-30060 to allow Hibiscus Drive frontage, the front street, and Estero Boulevard, the side street, to switch side and rear setbacks to reduce Hibiscus Drive setback from 25 feet to 15 feet, 10 inches, and to reduce the side setback from 7 feet to 7.5 feet to 5.5 feet. Hold on a second. Before we get started, ex parte communication. Well, before we get to that point, this is also another one that I have to abstain from due to my relationship to the applicants. Okay, that's, so, and I will file my paperwork with the town attorney after the meeting. Or town clerk, sorry.
Do you want to defer this until the applicants come?
Well, they're not very far away, I'm sure. They'll be here fairly quickly. But I guess what's the best case? Should we want to just do the other one and come back?
It's up to you. I think that by I think it's safe to say that the applicant's position is that they're in favor of it.
Right.
But
Well, and I think, and
certainly
Samir is here, so he
are
knows
free
he knows
to, we'll certainly give them a reasonable period of time if they, to arrive while we're in the meeting. So if they wish to give comment, they can.
Okay.
Other than that, I think that by the time that staff makes their presentation, they may already be here.
All right, we'll continue to move forward. Counselor Veach, ex parte communication.
I've had conversations with the applicant and I'm familiar with the site.
Counselor Woodson,
I'm familiar with the property.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I've had a conversation with the applicant as well.
Counselor King.
Also had a conversation.
All right, Sarah, take it away.
Good afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Samir Malvia with Homebound Technologies is requesting 3 variances for 106 Hibiscus Drive. This property is on the corner of Hibiscus and Estero Boulevard. The recently adopted ordinance requires a 25-foot setback from Estero Boulevard and a decreased setback from the side street, which, as it currently exists, would be Hibiscus Street. The applicant is requesting a variance from that requirement to make Hibiscus the front street rather than Estero. This would make the rear opposite from Hibiscus, which is where the pool is currently located, essentially creating a similar layout as what had existed prior to Ian. Modifying the side and rear setbacks could be accomplished as an administrative variance. However, the combination of requests led the applicant to request this as part of the variance package. This is also a variant. There is also a variance from the front street setback, which they are requesting to be from Hibiscus, of 9 feet 2 inches for a setback of 15 feet 10 inches from Hibiscus, and a variance from the 7.5-foot side setback of 2 feet for a 5.5-foot side setback. The applicant has stated that they propose a maximum 18-inch eave to ensure that the eave does not encroach closer than 48 inches to the side property line. At the June 13th LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval of all 3 variances. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Are there any questions for Sarah or staff?
Just real quick, Sarah, did this go through the LPA?
Yes, it did.
What was the vote at the LPA?
All in favor.
Thank you.
Sarah, I have a couple questions. Now, on the hibiscus side setback, I'm looking at the map and it shows it reduced to 17.4 and you said it would be a 15-foot setback from hibiscus?
There's a 2-story bay window that encroaches a bit further. So the house front is the 17-foot measurement, and then there is a slight indentation extension, where there's a window at the front of the house. So they wanted to make sure that there was room for that. So that's why that's included.
What's the required depth for a parking space?
I believe it's 18 feet. I could be wrong on that, though. I would have to look at the ordinance to be sure.
Okay. No further questions.
Councilor Wilson, any questions?
No, I watched all this presentation for the LPA, so I'm pretty up to speed.
Vice Mayor Adel?
Yeah, I also watched the LPA hearing, so I'm in good shape. Thank you.
Councilor King?
I wish I would have been better at my high school geometry, but
All right. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Applicant? Gets to look at it.
I'm going to turn it over to you. All right. Good morning. Thank you for having me again. My name is Samir Malvia and I work with Homebound. We're a semi-custom builder that is working with 50-plus homeowners on Fort Myers Beach to rebuild their homes after Hurricane Ian. I'm joined today by our internal architect, Drew Whiting, who's appearing via phone, which I'll put up there on the podium in 1 second. The variance application we're here to discuss is for 106 Hibiscus, located at the southwest corner of Hibiscus Drive and Estero Boulevard. When conducting the initial site feasibility study for this lot, we were surprised to learn that the front property line is oriented toward Estero Boulevard. When applying the front and rear setbacks to this orientation, we realized that this condition would seriously impede the homeowner's ability to build back. My colleague Drew will walk you through a series of diagrams to explain our variance and how we arrived at our proposal. You'll see that if this variance is granted, we will end up with a buildable area of 1,910 square feet, which is in line with the buildable footprint of a regular shaped 50 by 100 lot, despite this lot being 1,100 square feet larger. Furthermore, we'll end up with building dimensions of 32 by 40, which is very much in line with the building dimensions of the original home, which is 32 by 44. In closing, I'd like to know that let the council know that this variance passed unanimously through the LPA last week, and we've obtained letters of support for this variance application from neighbors at 112 Hibiscus, 122 Hibiscus, 174 Hibiscus, 196 Hibiscus, and 3850 Estero. Do they have the diagrams in hand?
Okay, this is Drew Whiting with Homebound. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I just want to walk through the packets that Samir just handed out in front of you today. The first thing I want to point out is with the updated setbacks for corner lots that the town has put together, it works extremely well for the majority of the lots along Estero Boulevard, where for corner lots, it forces that front 25-foot setback to be off of Estero. So the maps that you're seeing on pages 1 and 2, maps 1 through 4, you're seeing how the majority of lots have their short lot line facing Estero Boulevard and the longer lot line perpendicular to it. And from a geometry standpoint, that's going to be your larger setbacks are occurring at your front setback line and your rear setback line. versus your side setbacks are a little bit smaller, which works well as far as that proportion, having the longer dimension perpendicular to the lot line. If we skip over to page 3, we see the stretch of lots that are along Estero Boulevard with both the subject property highlighted in red, and then several of the other lots that are right along the stretch that have a significant orientation towards their side street, which means that this forced front setback off of Estero Boulevard actually constrains the lot quite significantly. And we can see that in Exhibit A on page 5. Essentially forcing a very narrow house to fit on that lot. If we shift to Exhibit B on the following page, we can see per staff's recommendation with switching the interior side and rear setbacks. We get relative to that 50 by 100 foot lot that Samir was mentioning, with a lot area of 5,000 square feet and a buildable area of 1,925 square feet. The subject property with lot area of 6,125 square feet, which is 1,125 square feet greater than that typical 50 by 100, would only have a buildable area of 1,426 square feet, which is about 500 square feet less than that typical lot. On Exhibit C, on the following page, we're showing the previous existing single-family residence, and that it was not consistent with the current LDC setback requirements. In fact, was encroaching on the front setback at Estero, the street side setback on Hibiscus, and the interior side setbacks, while being only 3 feet 6 inches away from the existing pool, which we see as an unsafe condition as well. And we'd like to propose that it should be a little bit further away from there at a minimum of 6 feet in order to provide a safe distance off of the pool line. Lastly, we want to point out that the house that was on that lot was 30 feet wide by 44 feet deep, very similar in dimension to the proposed house at 32 feet wide by 40 feet deep plus decks. The following page on Exhibit D, we're showing the allowed buildable footprint if the Hibiscus Drive frontage was made the front setback at 25 feet and the Estero Boulevard frontage was made the street setback at 20 feet. This is important to note with the following site conditions that I'm going to read through here. The first one being that the side street setback off of Estero is shown as at 20 feet, and that's due to the Hibiscus frontage being 76.12 feet. Just as a refresher for the corner lot side setbacks or street side setbacks, that's based on your lot width, where if you're over 75 feet, it's going to be a 20 feet side street setback. If you're between 50 and 75 feet on lot frontage, it's going to be a 15-foot setback, and anything at 50 feet or less is going to be a 10-foot side street setback. Being 1.12 feet over that 75-foot mark right at the front there, and then quickly tapering off, the majority of the lot is between 50 and 75 feet, where we would normally be asking for the side street setback to be 15 feet. However, acknowledging that the recently modified corner setbacks are intending to maintain greater depth off of Estero, we're proposing holding that 20-foot side street setback. And that's where we're then asking for a reduction in the Hibiscus street setback and the interior lot line side setback in order to help push the house off of that Estero lot and give as much relief to the Estero frontage as possible. The second point is the existing pool constraining the buildable footprint of the lot. It's recommended to keep a minimum of 6 feet off of the pool, both for the foundations to not conflict with each other and undermine the other, as well as maintain a safe pool deck width. This pushes the while our rear setback line is 20 feet off of the rear property line, we would need to push it in another 10 feet 4 inches to maintain that 6-foot clearance off of the pool deck. The third point, the existing easement located along the side interior lot line between 106 Hibiscus and 112 Hibiscus has historically provided access to 106 Hibiscus, similar to that smaller setback that was in the existing house. This easement can continue to be utilized by reducing the interior side setback and help pull the primary structure away from the Estero Boulevard frontage, as well as maintaining a separation between 112 Hibiscus and 106. And lastly, I just wanted to point out that although I've already pointed out that the footprint is very similar between the previous house and the new proposed house, the difference in how living has changed now that we're elevating the structures above grade. Previously, with a slab on grade house, you could have a smaller footprint because of the patio yard and pool space all being at the same level and acting as that extension of your indoor space. With new construction required to be elevated above the base flood elevation, there are inherently the need for added decks in order to create a similar indoor-outdoor lifestyle and to create a transition space between your interior house and the backyard pool spaces that are occurring as well. So finally, I wanted to shift to Exhibit E on the final page, showing the proposed single-family residence plotted on the site, taking into account the revised setbacks and the conditions that I've just noted above. The proposed house has a similar footprint again, and to the previous existing home, with an additional 6 feet deep 2-story deck off of the rear and a 6-foot 1-story deck off of the side facing the Estero Boulevard. The house has been pushed 2 feet forward into the interior side property line for a side setback of 5.5 feet versus the required 7.5 feet, and 7 feet 8 inches toward the Hibiscus Drive for a reduction in that setback, for a reduction of 7 feet 8 inches into the front street setback off of Hibiscus. We want to note that with the reduced interior side setback, we would still be maintaining a 48-inch clearance to the side property line with a maximum of 18-inch eave overhanging, which is in line with what the fire department requires for fire safety. And then lastly, talking through the 7-foot 8-inch reduction in the front setback, it is partially a result of the existing pool, but that still is less than what the pool is pushing forward. When I mentioned the 10-foot 4 inches, that it would kind of decrease of our buildable area, as well as this push forward is actually less than the existing encroachment that was occurring from the carport that was coming off of the existing house. Finally, I just want to touch on the existing or that buildable area in reference to the 50-foot by 100-foot lot. At this point, with these revised setbacks, we've actually gotten the house to be very in line with that typical 50 by 100-foot lot, with keeping a very similar buildable area at 1,910 square feet versus the typical 50 by 100 at 1,925 square feet.
Drew, can you speak to the parking as well?
Yes. So from a parking standpoint, we're maintaining 17-foot 4 setback off of the Hibiscus Drive for the driveway, and then there will be 2 parking spaces enclosed below the house. With this, as Sarah was mentioning, an 18-foot dimension and length is very typical for a parking space, but we also do have about 15 feet of space from the front property line to the actual edge of pavement for Hibiscus Drive. So that 17-foot 4 inches to the property line in the front setback, we could easily fit 2 cars on the driveway fully off of the public way.
Thanks, Drew.
Can you just tell me what the nature of the existing easement between this property and adjacent property?
Drew, can you speak to the existing easement between 106 and 112 Hibiscus, please?
Yeah, on Exhibit E on the final page of the packet, that's highlighted in green off of the side setback. As you can see, it overlaps very right along the footprint as far as the length goes, where it does provide consistent access across the length of the lot.
So
was there a more specific question on that?
Well, is the easement for what looks like a sidewalk or something, or is it? Does it have other,
Yeah, so I believe the reason for it was because the reduced setback on the original house, it was providing access to a side entry, whether it was directly to the backyard or to the main house. I'm not exactly sure.
It's a prescriptive easement that was there because the previous owner owned both properties there. Just to provide access to the rear yards.
so, okay, the easement's just for access. So it really doesn't affect setbacks or anything like that. It's, okay. And,
No, it should not affect setbacks. So 112 Hibiscus would still be held 7.5 feet off of the side property line there.
now, how wide is the driveway? Is it a 2-car wide driveway? And does that fit between the side of the house and the stair there?
Yes.
Right. That's the only question I have.
No, I mean, I've listened to this entire presentation and everything through the LPA. And they were very thorough. Everything was thorough on it. You know, this isn't just Hibiscus. This is going to be properties along Estero Boulevard. Every one that, if we don't want access coming into Estero Boulevard, we're going to have to look at this all the way down. So I'm good.
But I do think, no, Sarah, maybe you can answer that what we did with the side setback ordinance is we said that your front would be considered to be a stair if you're on a stair, but that doesn't mean your egress is on a stair, right?
Yes, that is correct. The idea was that we didn't want to encourage access off of a stero if someone did not want to take access off of a stero. And we provided ways that they could have access off of that other road that is considered their side street.
Right.
Nothing additional.
Nothing.
Thanks, Drew.
We'll open it up for public comment, unless you have something else, Samir, you wanted to, okay. Public comment, is there anyone here that would like to speak on the variance 23, resolution 23-64? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council members for discussion. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move adoption of resolution 23-64.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And yeah, I would, I think that there's a couple of really interesting points that this brought up. And one is with of course, even with our old corner lot rules, it would have been worse for them because we've been 25 feet on both sides. And I agree with the flexibility, and maybe we can make it administrative where if someone is on a stero that they can have some flexibility administratively to if we do this, it's going to happen a lot. I applaud them. I know that they could have 15 feet with this swap to stero, so they give up 5 feet there. I'm a bit concerned that it seems like it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing where instead of looking what space you have and building a house that's appropriate, that we're building a house and then setting the setbacks to match the house. To me, that's a little bit of a cart before the horse. And I would hate to see that to be a regular occurrence where people just design the house they want and then assume they're going to get the variances for the setback to make that house fit.
Any other discussion?
I mean, I personally don't think that's the case. I mean, in this whole discussion, this keeps people from having to go to a totally custom house and incur a lot more costs associated with that. So, I mean, I don't think what they're asking for is unrealistic. And I also think that this is not the only house that we're going to see come to us on this.
I mean, the parking thing gives me a little bit of pause. I know that they said 17.3. My car is 16.9. And I certainly know there's a lot of big vehicles that are bigger. Now, currently, most of these streets, they have a 20-foot paved road and like in this example, 50-foot right of way. And so people sticking in the right of way really doesn't cause a problem now. But like we talked about before, this house is going to be here a long time. And if down the road they're putting in sidewalks, could be 20, 50 years, then it could be an intrusion into the right of way and make it more difficult for them to have the parking they're needed for their property.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Council King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adable,
Aye.
Council Woodson,
Aye.
Councilor Beach.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Mayor Allers abstaining. That brings us to agenda public hearing F, resolution 23-65, variance 202-30055, 718 Estero Boulevard. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance 202-30055 to allow 2.5 feet in east side setback for the property located at 718 Estero Boulevard and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, councilors. Mr. Herron, I was not here earlier to be sworn in. I apologize. I do.
Councilor King,
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
None.
Mayor Allers, I just drove by. Councilor Woodson,
None.
Councilor Beach.
None.
Well, good afternoon. Excuse me. So this is a request for a variance to a side yard setback. I've been corrected that this is actually a southern side yard setback and not the east side yard setback. So I apologize for my inability to understand directions. This has gone through one reading before LPA. It was recommended for approval on a 7-0 vote. So the request before you today is simply for a 2.5 foot side yard setback variance, which would reduce the side yard setback to 5 feet. After the LPA meeting, the applicant was given a suggestion that they might want to look at changing designs and reclaiming some extra headroom setbacks that they had worked into their plans to therefore not need the front yard setback of 6.35 feet. So you'll notice that the staff report that you have here today leaves that 6.35 foot ask out, even though it was recommended for approval before LPA. So today, the designer and the applicant are here to discuss what changes that they've made, but based on the site plan that staff had received late last week, they intend to be able to make that 25-foot street setback and therefore are only requesting the 2.5 foot side yard setback. If there are any questions or concerns about the process that staff took, I'm here for questions. And as I said, the applicant and their designer are here as well to answer questions.
Jason, it says in here that the staff is recommending denial of the 2.5 foot setback.
We are keeping the recommendation for denial simply based on the fact that technically they could use what I refer to as the cottage code portion of the LDC that you all have recently amended or approved. And so they could have built a home in the same square footage that existed previous to the storm. They have made a decision for multiple reasons to expand the footprint, and they are requesting a variance based on that.
If I remember correctly, Jason, from the LPA hearing, there wasn't any objection from neighbors. Is that correct?
We did not receive any objection from neighbors. No, sir.
Thank you.
And this would not cause any issues with fire and safety, rescue issues?
So the fire reviewer has multiple times spoken with us and the applicant about what would be necessary, and she seems to believe that the trucks that they would need to use, not a full aerial apparatus, would be okay on that 15-foot easement that is proposed. By the way, the 15 foot is 7.5 on this neighbor's lot and 7.5 on the adjacent neighbor's lot. So that 15 feet is shared between two lots all the way from Estero down to the EC line.
So they don't have an issue with it?
No, not that I've been made aware of, no.
Any questions for Jason Smalley or staff? Thank you, Jason. Applicant?
Hi, my name's Robert Holland Jr. I'm an architect. I'm from Central Ohio. I graduated from the Ohio State University undergrad, cum laude, and I got my master's degree from there. I've been practicing for 40 years. I'm here because of family. My family and an occasion to the Zeller family. Greetings to you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council and staff. That's Zach. He's passing out the information. This is Jim Zeller, or Vince Zeller. He's the third of 5 generations that have or are currently enjoying the property. And then, you know, Judy with Tri-Power. Oh, there she is. Like I said, we're here because of my family occasioning for contact with their family. And I want to thank, first of all, Jason Green, Miss Sarah Prost, and especially Jason Smalley and staff for helping us get through this process. If you watch the LPA meeting, I did a much longer presentation, and in the sake of interest of all y'all's time, I'd like to move this a little bit faster. October 4th, I got a call from Vince's dad, and we started looking at how do we develop this property. We secured an MUD that allows us to build. The original cottage is there on your left. It was a beachfront cottage. For those of you that are familiar with the beach, it's the one immediately behind where the yellow benches were, up by Best Western. We're proposing the project on the right. It's obviously elevated a lot more than it was, but we think we've sort of captured the feel of it. Our previous floor plan was basically a 2-bedroom, 2-bath cottage that was in no way, shape, or form handicap accessible. We are using the post-disaster build-back clauses to allow us to increase our footprint and trying to live as best we can within the available setbacks. Basically, the program's the same, but we put the bathrooms in the back as a buffer to the neighbors, put the bedrooms a little bit closer to the ocean so that they can hear the surf, and the living room and the kitchen are basically the same. We have made some changes since this plan was developed as a result of our discussions and what we learned from the LPA. Our original site plan was basically like this, and we were asking for an 18.65 setback front and rear. Basically, the theory was that you'd let the side yard variances hold and the side yard setbacks hold, and the front and rear setbacks vary to allow you to get to that footprint. We learned from the LPA that basically we can build clear up to, is it not working? There's some old, we can build clear up to the 1978 CCL line, which is the site plan you see on the right. This allowed us to keep the 25-foot Estero front setback in place, and the only variance we need is from the 5-yard setback, which if you look at the original survey when this house was moved here from the Pink Shell site in 1960 by his grandfather, that's where the house was. On the north side, we have the 7.5-foot easement, which basically serves as a setback, as we've heard earlier today. And by scooting things forward all the way to the CCL line, we can basically keep 2-car parking behind the house and allow more space for the neighbor behind us. We have a letter of support from that gentleman. We have a letter of support from the gentleman to the north, who's also beachfront, and then the person immediately behind him. So the immediate contiguous neighbors we have support from. When we first started doing this, we looked at an MUD and we were trying to do an administrative variance. And Jason advised that basically we got some stuff in the works in a code. You should wait a little bit. Can you wait? And I said, yeah, let's see what you come up with in the code. In one of the meetings I was watching on YouTube, I saw somebody mention the 2021 amendments to the code. And that caused me, so, okay, what happened in 2021? And since we had a little bit of time, I did a deep dive using Spakowski's website and learned a lot about the history of the codes. And at one point, the side yard setback was 5 feet for this property, which is kind of what, you know, it's like, okay, that's what it once was. Your current code is different. Did a little bit of math playing with setbacks. I analyzed the parallelogram that Homebound did in their 15 May proposal. And one curiosity out of this is that in every case, when the parallelograms, when compared with the orthogonal lots, was a reduction in the available footprint for a house, except in one case, which seemed a little odd, but that doesn't really affect us. I looked at coverage and some other aspects of the immediate area, and I also looked at Homebound's proposal. Then I get into a little bit of code here. There's some more code. This primarily talks about the post-disaster build-back code. And basically, here's the math for that. And basically, I'm available for questions.
Any questions?
I don't have a question, and this isn't terribly sophisticated, but it looks like a pretty cool cottage. Looks like you did a nice job. I
Thank you
commend
very
you.
much.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll share that with others because it looks great. Yeah.
We're sharing it with anybody that wants to see it.
I really appreciate that you kind of mimic the old cottage.
That was important when his dad called me. He says, I want to replace my cottage. I want it to look like it did, but I want it to be more resilient so it'll withstand the next EM. So that was the charge.
And if I remember correctly from the LPA hearing, you made a comment about keeping that bottom area open except for the elevator shaft.
There's an elevator shaft. There's parking on either side of that central bay that has the elevator shaft in it. And there's also sufficient space now that we've been able to scoot forward for 2-car parkings in back. So on site, we could park 4 cars.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Want to add to that?
This is Zach.
Zachary Levatru with Rutzel and Andrus on behalf of the applicant. Can we just reserve some time to respond to any public comment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir. Not this
Thank
time.
you.
That will open up to public comment.
Mayor, I have 2 signed up.
Okay.
Vincent DeRemo
Come on up.
or Nancy DeRemo, whichever one wants to go first.
He made the right decision.
Good afternoon, I believe. My name is
Pull your
Nancy.
microphone down for you, would you please?
Oh, I
Thanks.
thought everyone would be able to hear me.
It's not us we're worried about.
Okay.
It's everyone out there
Okay. Oh.
that's listening.
Again, my name's Nancy DeRamo.
Pull this thing.
I am one of 8 property owners of 700 Estero Boulevard. The other 7 happen to be my brothers and sisters. My family has owned this property for 50 years. So we are long-term beach people. I have a letter from another property owner at 718 that they have requested that I read today. They live in Philadelphia and asked that I read this. So on behalf of property owner Barry Grossman, who lives at 714 Estero Boulevard, I would like to enter the following public comment into the record in opposition to the 718 Estero Boulevard variance request. We appreciate the PLA and City Council finding a way forward after Hurricane Ian to allow non-conforming lot cottage owners to rebuild the same footprint. This was equitable and fair solution for all undersized lots, primarily on the north end of the island. The cottages on the 700 block of Estero Boulevard prior to Ian were all built in staggered fashion, so every cottage could enjoy the view. Allowing the massive footprint variance increase for 718 would put a hardship on the cottages behind it, but also block the view for people passing by on Estero Boulevard. Property owner of 704, which is adjacent to 718, the other beachfront property, does not object to 718 building right up to the side of the road, because it would mean that they would also be able to ask for the same variance should they rebuild or sell the lot. The property owner at 716 Estero Boulevard, which is located behind 718 towards the street, that property is currently for sale. So it really has no meaning to the current owner except for possibly a way to sell his property by saying, hey, you could build all the way to here. By approving this, it would contradict the zoning code that was recently approved for giving us, the non-conforming lots, the opportunity to build the same footprint. This gave us a standard guide that we could live with while contemplating a rebuild. Approving the variance for 718 sends the wrong message that anything goes and ignores the rest of the neighbors behind in the same block who would be most affected by this variance. Finally, rebuilding such a huge property on this block goes against the principal idea of rebuilding the cottage community by trying to maintain and or preserve a semblance of the original charm and quaintness of the much-loved North End cottages. And one of the reasons why many of us have chosen to live on Fort Myers Beach. We hope the council does the right thing, takes a holistic approach in evaluating whether or not to grant the variance requested by 718.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask a quick question?
Certainly.
Just for clarification, did you say that you had 7 family members that
Yes, sir.
each have a cottage, or do you each
No,
share
no.
ownership of this cottage?
We share the cottage.
Okay,
They're all my siblings. This is my brother.
okay, very good. Thank you. I'm just
And-
trying to understand. So you live down here year round then?
No, we don't.
Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. I thought there were 7 cottages, but there's just
No,
one.
no.
Okay, got you.
Just one.
Thank you. Okay.
But we all
Yeah.
agree on
Yep.
what this says, which is an anomaly in itself. For all of us to.
Well,
I got you.
thank you very much.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Vincent William Duramo. I am Nancy's brother. A little more history on this before I get into some of the things that I'm going to address here today with this. I'm a state certified building contractor. I have been since 1985. I live in Sarasota. I've been building there since then. I have built on all the keys, all the barrier islands like Fort Myers Beach is. I've built many V-zone construction homes, which is what this is. It's up on pilings. It's elevated very high. So I'm familiar with this type of construction. Couple things to bring to your attention. Over the 38 years of building, I'm surprised in that this has, I guess, gotten to this point, because I'm used to, there's regulations and there's codes for setbacks, for density, for lot coverage. And they're not really, in my experience, they're not open for review and modification for particular reasons. Like in this particular case, they want to build a bigger house and they want to build a wider house. And that's great, but that's not the code. That's not the regulation, which I've always had to adhere to in designing homes, working with architects, submitting plans for zoning officials, for building officials to go through all the various departments to get approval on. I have been told specifically by zoning officials in Sarasota County that don't even bother submitting it for a building setback variance because we're not going to grant it. And they have told me that, and that's just maybe 20 plus years ago, the first time I ever asked for that. Because a particular client, a particular homeowner wanted to modify the setbacks for the building and the construction. And again, I was formed because I made a call to the zoning department and they told me, you can go ahead and request it, but we're just letting you know that we can't do that almost assuredly because we're open for all the ones that we've denied in the past because it's a regulation, it's a code. So with that being said, that's the issue on code and regulations. We're going to rebuild our place. My mother and father bought the place in the 60s. And all of us children grew up going there. And we're not going to submit for a change to your code. We're going to do what the code is. We'd like to have a bigger home. There's no question we would. But we feel that you guys have your hands full as is. And we're not going to waste the time of a committee or this board or this advisory council to try and make an exception for this. I wouldn't do it because I'm used to not having a chance of getting it approved in all my building experience. So we're not going to do that. As far as the safety issues go, if I may.
Vincent, can you wrap it up for us?
What's that?
Can you wrap it up for us? Your 3 minutes or?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I've heard some of the hardship issues about this with it being construction. If it was framed construction, they'd only be losing 4 inches as opposed if going to concrete. We hope that, you know, you don't reduce our viewing of the Gulf of Mexico by 15% with the additional 7% they're adding, 7 feet they're adding, because that's what it's going to do for us. We're going to lose 15% of our view to the water, which I think is substantial. And who knows if it's going to be devaluing to our property, but it could very well be. And I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Hearing none, we'll close public comment. Gentlemen, would you like to come back up?
Thank you very much. We are using the code. We're using the post disaster build back section of the code. The slide right before this gets through the math of how we got to this coverage available. Once upon a time in the code, the NCLs were to be considered as an RC when they're in an RM zone, which allowed you to get the 40% coverage, which is consistent with this math right here. Curiously enough, there is already a cottage in this community, the other beachfront cottage that was mentioned. You can see it there on the left. It's at an angle. Their deck is already at that easement line. In fact, if you look at his survey, it's like just a little bit over, and he's just a little bit over the CCCL, but we're working with him to figure out, you know, how he builds within the confines of the easement in the CCCL. And that's all I have to say, unless you have some questions. Sir.
I had some questions to ask Mr. Holland here. Can you please just quickly clarify what our actual variance request is?
Our variance request is 2.5 foot on the south side, which is nowhere near, anywhere near Mr. Duramo's property. In fact, from what
You got to speak into the microphone.
What I learned last night into speaking with John Mitzelfeld is that it's kind of irrelevant.
Can you pull that back up, the overlay that you had there? Go back the other way. That one, yeah.
That one or this one. This is our newer flight plan. So on the left, you see that cottage that's a little rotated? Their deck actually comes up to the easement. And we are allowed to build up to that easement, whether or not we're 1,600 foot or 849 foot.
But I mean, just for clarification, if you go back to the other one, just for clarification, if you can describe on the right-hand side, we know that you're bringing that forward, correct? You're going
Yes,
to
sir.
bring that forward to the CCCL line, which is the red kind of 45-degree angle line there.
No, that's another line. The CCCL line is on this survey here. It's that red line on the left.
Which one? The top one or the bottom?
Top one. Top
Okay.
one.
it says on
The
Okay,
bottom.
yeah, you can leave that there.
Okay.
So you're asking for the 2.5, just for clarity for anybody that's watching,
on that
on
side.
the right side of that picture, correct?
And Mr. Duramo's property is actually 3 back from this on Estero Boulevard.
That was going to be my next question, is who's to the left there?
That's Dale Bonema. He's at 704. We have a letter of support from him. And immediately behind him is 702, and we have a letter of support from them. Sims, who was reportedly at 716 and has his house on the market, is actually hemming and hawing based on what we're doing. He was here at the LPA and sat next to Vince at the LPA meeting and wished us luck.
Okay. Can you please go to one of the last slides with the chart and all the additional square footage and just kind of walk us through that chart?
I can read that. So, you got another, yeah. So the post-disaster build back, which is actually code, which is actually here, gives you an allowance, there we go. Allowance to include things that are accessibility related, hallways, bathrooms, ADA clearance. We have a more and it says non-air conditioned space. Our more robust walls do require 8 inches more footprint. So between the elevator at almost 40 square foot, the hallway at 132 square foot, bathrooms at 60 square foot, 2 by 3 by 10, ADA clearances is roughly 240 square foot, more robust walls at 108 square foot, structural columns at 27 square foot, and then additional stairs and a code required landing because we now have a certain number of stairs. We get to 60 square foot. On the back of the building, there's a little recess for an air conditioning balcony. And then I put in a grossing factor of about 76 square foot to account for construction tolerances. I get the 1,610 square foot, and we're only asking for 1,600.
So we can work backwards on the math. I understand all the things that you added there. Go back to the ADA clearance part. You're adding 15% at the 1,600 square foot. If you were to take that out and be the last thing that you add in, what would the square footage be?
If I were to take that out of there and add it, it would be 100 square foot less maybe.
Well, that's you'd think, but I don't think that you'd have to go back through and recalculate.
Yeah, I'd have to go back through the math and re-add it up.
And the only reason I'm asking that is because that's an assumption that you'd be allowed to build the
As
16.
a matter of practice, since ADA came out in the mid 80s, we've been generally sort of cautioning homeowners and builders and commercial developments that, what does ADA cost me? And it's like the clearance that you usually see, an increase in square footages between doors and hallways and elevators and stuff like that, approach to toilets, approach to showers and things like that, it usually adds up to about 15%. And as a budgeting matter of practice, that's what we use as design professionals.
I'll let someone else. I'm trying to do the math in my head, just for curiosity's sake more than anything. Any other questions for the applicant? Nope.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Sarah, hearing all of this,
Yeah, it's actually Jason's.
Jason, sorry. Come on back up here, just quick question. So hearing all of this information and after the LPA, and you're still recommending denial, you remind me again, because I forgot what you said at the beginning, about why you're still.
So I think it was just a reading of the codes themselves when we look at the cottage code lot and as was brought up before, the post-disaster build back. All of those require that you keep the same square footage and you don't increase it for a single family home build. So in staff's opinion, this home could have been rebuilt at 849 square feet within the code, whether it be post-disaster build back or the new allowances for the cottage
So that's
code.
where I guess that's where I'm getting confused. So you're saying, or the code is saying, if you build back under pre-disaster build back, you can build back the 849 square feet, but you're actually going to have less livable space because now to build back, you're going to be required to put all of that stuff in, which would bring your actual livable square footage down quite significantly.
So I would leave the specifics to the architect, but I absolutely agree that under current building standards, minimum standards, not the standards that they're building to on this job, you would lose some of that interior space just because you're going to have thicker structural members.
Would the opinion of, and I hate to put you on the spot, but depending on how that math worked out, eliminating the ADA clearances for 15% at 1,600 square feet, whatever that number came out, and then applying that 15% for ADA, would that change the mind of staff, do you think, as far as recommending still under the pre-disaster build back?
So if once you increase the square footage, post-disaster build back doesn't
use that.
actually,
That's right.
can't actually
That's
use
right.
it. So I think the number comes out to 1370 if we walk out the 240 square feet of ADA, the 15% that he's accounted for. That would still make staff look at the rest of the list here. And while I can't comment on whether these are good choices to make or not, they do push the house above the 800 and roughly 49 square feet that was originally there. And therefore we couldn't fit the new footprint into either of those code sections. And that, in my opinion, is why the staff had hung on to recommending denial.
Okay. Thanks, Jason.
Jason, I can't remember from the LPA hearing, but did the LPA have the benefit of hearing the objections that we heard today?
I don't believe so. This is the first time I'm hearing of it.
Thank you.
And also, Jason, in other municipalities you've worked at, how common is it to allow for variances for setbacks?
That's a tough one because I think it refers mainly to the expectations and understanding of the elected officials. So my experience in Marco is that they were fairly liberal about approving variances, but I don't know how that relates to what's being asked for today. Just under the code, it wouldn't fit in there, and that's the reason for the variance.
Because I know the gentleman made a point that, in his work, that they just weren't allowed. I know Sanibel, they say, don't come with a variance.
Mhm.
We're not going to grant it. Andy, when you were at Surfside, how did you handle variances?
They didn't. Just don't apply for them.
Yeah. So, the point comes is that if you're giving if you're giving variances easily for convenience, then are we an outlier? Or are we, is it typical for a lot of municipalities to do that?
I've been in communities where they've allowed variances. It's just a feel of the community and what you're dealing with.
Any other questions for Jason? Thanks, Jason. You're welcome. Bring it back to council for discussion. Is there any further discussion? I have just a little bit. I understand what the residents that are opposing it are saying, but I also appreciate the willingness to keep that cottage look and that cottage feel. I mean, you could have come in and asked for a second story, or you could have asked for a lot of different things, but you're not doing that. You're simply asking to keep a similar, stronger structure. I like the fact that you're keeping it open to keep that view corridor from Estero Boulevard, and also to help that view of the cottages that remained. It sounded like just to the side of where you're asking for the reduction, those cottages are still there, correct? Oh, they are. Okay. I thought you had mentioned that they were still there. So I commend you on at least doing that in allowing the neighbors to have some idea that not many people do this. We had one of these a while back, before the storm, that someone could have built something much larger or could have asked to build something much larger, and it was yellow. So that's what made me remind. They kept a really nice little cottage feel. It made a really nice thing, and unfortunately Ian took it before they had a chance to really enjoy it. But those are kind of my 2 cents. But if there's no other discussion, entertain a motion. Well, I will move to approve variance 202-30055 for 718 Estero Boulevard.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We will now go back to,
We take a quick break.
sure, you want to take a 5-minute break? We will come back at 1:10.
sunshine violation. Being present and not participating, any of you all in the discussion is a different issue. It's when one or more of you begin and interact with the organization that a sunshine law issue comes about. And, my, not my experiences, but I know of instances where despite the best efforts of the elected officials not to engage in that back and forth, it just happens. And not through, as much as you all may try to avoid that, the only solution to that situation is for one or all of you to, at that point in time, get up and leave. And, that's I assume, counterproductive to your attendance. So it does raise all various issues with regards to the sunshine law that would have to be addressed and taken care of, which would mean, posting of the meetings, minutes would have to be taken. The general public would have to be allowed to attend. Those are the three basic requirements the sunshine law requires for there not to be a potential sunshine law violation.
So I thought I heard you earlier equate to what the committee that Jim was on earlier with the school and the parents. We could make this an ad hoc committee then, correct?
Theoretically, yes, you could. And you could appoint a liaison, and you could appoint a staff liaison. The point I'm trying to make is that once you begin to formalize that relationship, the more difficult or the more careful, let me rephrase, that the rest of the council members have to be in participating in the conversations, whether email, text, or attending, because of the sunshine law and the public records law. They're just these pesky things that the Florida legislature creates that unfortunately become an impediment in a situation like this to what otherwise you would want to have as an open communication between an organization and residents of the community with you all. Nothing says that you think this organization and its members could not interact with you all individually, but when it comes to meetings and more than one of you attending, it becomes an issue.
All right, John, thanks for the clarification.
Other than that, I don't have really any other items unless you have any questions. I did want to make myself available to the extent that there were any questions regarding the one agenda item under council member items and reports, which we had a discussion about at the last meeting, which is the indemnification hold harmless agreement that the majority of the council directed me to go ahead and forward to the attorneys for Mr. Kramer and Mr. Rude. And then before that could be completed, and after I'd communicated with Mr. Kramer and Mr. Rude's attorneys to that effect, the item was asked to be placed on today's agenda. So I'm here to answer any questions. Other than I really don't have anything unless you have questions of me to reiterate what I previously said, which I believe that the prudent thing to do here would be to refrain from entering into this indemnification agreement. I do have one additional piece of information to share with you all. Apparently, one of the parties to this litigation, not me, reached out to the clerk of court asking what was the status of the rule to show cause. And the response was, the judge has not gotten to it. We're all busy here. There's a backlog of cases.
And just for the record, the letter has not been sent yet, right?
That is correct. Just before I was about to finalize and hit the send button, the clerk informed me that there was a request to put it back on the agenda. I shared that with Mr. Kramer, Mr. Rude's attorney, and informed her that as soon as I got further direction here today, I would follow up with her.
You want to take that, you want to take this issue on right now, or do you want to wait?
Well,
I think we should.
I'm the one
asking- I'm
that's,
asking the mayor, yeah.
I'm the one that's most familiar with it and, to the extent that I can answer any questions prior to me having to leave, I would prefer to do so. And that way, Mr. Snabria can focus on the remaining agenda items, that, shouldn't be as controversial, shall I say?
And I would support that. I would support moving this forward by Jones here.
All right, then that's what we'll do. So we'll just move it out of the council member items and into
Yeah,
John's
my
items.
item, that's fine.
Okay. So I think John has, it's back on here. Who would like to
Yeah,
say?
since
as I
I-
understand it, there was a potential desire to reconsider the direction given to me. And I stand ready to follow through with whatever direction the majority of the council wishes to give me at this point in time.
And just for clarity, the only people who can bring it back for reconsideration are people who voted for it originally.
That's correct. As a general rule under our procedural rules, someone in the majority needs to bring it back, and that has occurred.
And if I could, so we're clear on what we're talking about. This is what I sent to the town clerk last week. And I quote, "As someone who was in the majority in supporting this codification of the letter of indemnification at the last town meeting on June 5th, I would ask that the matter be placed on the agenda to be reconsidered at the next upcoming town meeting on June 20th. That was my request. That's my ask. I asked that for a couple reasons. Number one, at the last meeting, I was trying to differentiate between the letter of indemnification and the desire to issue a permit. I thought the letter of indemnification was a good idea. I was not supportive of issuing the permit. Upon further review, I see those two now as inextricably linked. But having said that, I also thought that there potentially was a change in approach in terms of the majority of the council, which caused me to ask for reconsideration. So my request would be to reconsider sending the letter of indemnification and signing it at this point. And and because that is tied to issuing the permit, if we didn't send or sign the letter of indemnification, that would put a hold on issuing the permit. And that would be my request today.
Go ahead, Councilor Veach. You look like you were looking to say something.
I was just, so you are, just to clarify, you are asking to not send the letter of indemnification and to let this go through the appeal process.
I'm asking to put a hold on sending the letter of indemnification. And therefore that would put a hold on issuing the permit.
Yeah, I've said all along, I was in favor of making sure we had the indemnification letter ready, should there be a will to have to send it or do something with it. But I was not in favor of sending the indemnification letter at this time. I think the town attorney has done what I've asked, at least I've asked him to do. I would support that, holding that indemnification letter at this time. Anything else?
And I would concur. I just think it gets us into too much legal jeopardy to try to shortcut this process.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? John?
Yes, sir.
Since you, as I recall, suggested we don't send the letter, but does that put the permit issue on hold?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
I have no problem with, I mean, the permit's not going to be utilized anyway until at the earliest after nesting season. So I have no problem putting this on hold.
All right, John, you have your direction.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. And at this point in time, I will take my leave. Mr. Snabria will take over for me at this point in time. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. That we will go back to public hearing Item number C, residential setbacks in the downtown zoning district. This is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-11 entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending chapter 34, article 3, division 5, subdivision 2, downtown zoning district, section 34-674, building placement, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. Sarah?
Good morning, afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community
Working on the evening.
Development. The downtown zoning district requires structures to be built from 0 to 10 feet from the street property line. This ordinance provides front setback flexibility to single-family and two-family residences in the downtown zoning district. It applies to single-family and two-family residential structures on secondary streets on the beach side of Estero Boulevard, areas where the urban fabric of the downtown will not be impacted by increased setbacks. The proposed language is very narrow. It can be found in Exhibit A of your packet. The language creates build-to lines from 0 to 25 feet for single-family and two-family structures on secondary streets on the beach side of Estero Boulevard. This is the second hearing for ordinance 23-11. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Sarah or staff? Sarah, I have one question, but I'm trying to get to it. There was a note in, sorry, I had to get some battery juice about, I think it was Councilor Veach that had asked about something for the second reading about open area underneath or doing something about being open underneath, if memory serves me correctly.
There was some discussion about it, but I did not, so the,
I don't know if that was
I actually
this.
meant to include that as part of my discussion. I apologize.
That was for item D? Is that what it was?
I think, yeah, because I think item C is really about allowing greater setbacks.
Oh,
in
I'm
the
sorry, yeah,
downtown district.
mistaken.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this-
I was
yeah,
like,
sorry.
oh, I do remember that now. I think I.
Been a
put
lot
that
of
somewhere.
moving around. I don't think we have any, doesn't sound like there's any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
She'll be back.
Sure we will. Any discussion? Oh, let's open up for public comment first. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on the second, on ordinance 23-11? Seeing none, we'll close public comment.
I move that we approve the residential setback in the downtown zoning district, ordinance 2311.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, roll call, is roll call still?
Correct.
Oh, say-
Nice try.
all right. Counselor Veach,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Mayor Aller's aye. Vice Mayor Idaho.
Aye.
Counselor King.
Aye.
Now the motion carries unanimously. Move on to item D, ordinance 23-12 to amend table 34-3 dimensional regulations and conventional zoning districts. This is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-12 entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending chapter 34, article 3, division 4, table 34-3 dimensional regulations and conventional zoning districts, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. Sarah?
Good afternoon, Sarah Probst with the Community Development. During the initial LPA discussion regarding parallelogram lots, the LPA asked staff to develop language to allow a 5-foot setback for lots less than 50 feet. Following that meeting, staff had conversations with the fire department and the building official. Both raised concerns regarding fire risks. These concerns led the LPA to recommend a 6.5-foot side setback for lots less than 50 feet wide. This decreased setback for lots less than 50 feet wide would allow an additional 2 feet in building width and will not require additional fire flow testing or additional in-depth building review to ensure the building materials and openings meet the building code requirements. Ordinance 23-12 found in your packet would amend table 34-3 dimensional regulations and conventional zoning districts. This is the second hearing for this ordinance. Per the initial conversation with town council, I have provided 3 optional modifications that would include openings below. One option would allow a 1-car garage below. The width of that could vary. Another option would be that the garage area could be sort of pushed back. That would make it more open in front. And then the third option would be to allow only in the enclosure below flood that is allowed for an entry plus plus an elevator shaft if desired.
Any questions for Sarah? No questions yet.
Thank you.
We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on ordinance 23-12? Hearing none, seeing none. Changing your mind? No, don't want to speak? Okay. Public comment is closed. We'll bring it back to council for discussion. Councilor Veach, do you have anything to?
Yeah, I do. You know, this caused me heartburn in a couple of the ways. One is that it just complicates our setback. I mean, we've made a few changes to our setback rules. All of them just made it more complicated. The other thing is that I just gives me heartburn to say that we're modifying our ordinances to fit the plans from one builder who initiated this, the lion's share of it. So much that I even had a conversation with John about ethics, that are we passing an ordinance that gives a competitive advantage to one particular builder? This is their model. This is part of their quiver. So with that reason, it's something I just really don't support.
No matter any of the conditions that staff put in.
I would like the probably most restrictive conditions as a stage of this. Leaving it open underneath, it would be something that would certainly lessen the massing effect of having these places closer together.
Vice Mayor, you look like you're leaning in.
No, I'm not leaning in, but I'm comfortable with the ordinance as is. This is a rather technical matter that the LPA supported unanimously, and I'm comfortable with their recommendation.
Yeah, I had a similar issue as to having the houses closer together, and I share the same concerns that you have, Councilor Veach. It seems like we have made some concessions to fit a builder that builds a specific house, and we've made some adjustments to let that builder build or use their, I don't want to use the word prefab, but semi-prefab home fit into some of these lots. But the fact that the fire district was able to weigh in on it, as well as Steve from our staff, to allow a minimal setback change. And the LPA, I thought, did a very good job of vetting through this and getting to where we are now. I can support this, but I do share your concerns, Councilor Veach. Any other discussion? All right. Is there a motion for ordinance 23-12?
I would make a motion to approve ordinance 23-12 to amend table 34 dimensional regulations in conventional zoning districts.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers? Aye. Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilor Veach dissenting. Brings us to our administrative agenda. Item A, Resolution 23-67, the fiscal year 23-24 tentative millage rate. Resolution number 23-67, entitled, "A Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative operating and ad valorem millage rate of 1.12 mils for fiscal year 23-2024 of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, establishing the date, time, and place for hearings to adopt the final operating ad valorem millage rate and budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024, and providing for an effective date." Joe?
Good afternoon, everyone. I do have a brief presentation. It's just some bullet points that'll help me better explain and present this to you. So pursuant to Florida state law, The tentative millage rate must be adopted by the town council and submitted to the county property appraiser prior to August 4th. That's why it's being brought to you at this last meeting before you take a recess in July. Once the preliminary millage rate has been set, it may not be increased, but it can be reduced. So in order to determine the tentative millage rate, the finance department worked with each of the department heads to compile the preliminary general fund budget so as to provide the minimum amount of funding required to provide their services and programs. The fiscally conservative principle of a structurally balanced budget is what was followed, and that compares the recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. By doing that, and I apologize, I didn't realize this would be so hard to read. The total general fund revenues are reduced compared to the budget of this year by $3.2 million, and our general fund expenses are increased by $342,000. So that creates a budget gap of $3.6 million. The major components of the general fund net revenue shortfall would include, there's a $1.7 million reduction in ad valorem taxes, and that's a direct result of the 40% reduction in appraised value of the property that remains on the island. $1.6 million of the shortfall is because of the expected decrease in parking revenue. And there were other items that were either increased or decreased, but those two combined make up the $3.2 million of reduction in revenue. On the expenditure side, I just wanted to summarize for you what led to that $342,000 increase. So at the top of the list, it's a $491,000 net increase in liability insurance. This is smaller than what I originally reported to you of $600,000. And this comes by doing a more fine tooth comb analysis of what's actually been included in the general fund budget line item by line item. So that was a $491,000 increase. There's a net increase of $134,000 in personnel expense. There's quite a variety of things that feed into this. There's some significant reductions in some areas, as well as new personnel in others. And it does include a provision to accommodate one of the recommendations for the Evergreen study, as far as readjusting salaries to meet market conditions. So that total, the net increase in personnel is $134,000. Health insurance is expected to be increased by $125,000. There's another $8,000 of changes in various line items. And then there was a $416,000 reduction in the amount that is being transferred to capital. And the reason for that is so much of what we have is being rebuilt or replaced from FEMA funds and insurance funds. There really is less of a need for capital improvements for next year. This $3.229 million revenue shortfall is a result of the temporary negative impact on the town's revenue stream that was caused by the catastrophic damage of Hurricane Ian. Therefore, it is reasonable to fund this temporary revenue shortfall using the community disaster loan that we're about to receive, and or the emergency bridge loan that we also are about to receive the proceeds of, since that is the purpose of both of those loans. The $342,000 increase in expenditures represents more of what I would term a permanent increase in the town's general fund operating expenses, and therefore it is reasonable to fund that increase with an increase in the millage rate. And then this is important. However, given the extraordinary situation and the hardship that's been experienced by so many of the town's residents, and given that the revenue shortfall is only temporary, with the expectation that it will rebound to a much higher level in the near future as the town rebuilds. It is also reasonable to consider alternative, non-recurring solutions to funding and or reducing the $342,000 expense variance. So some of the alternative solutions to fund that $342,000 expense variance might be any one of the following combinations, and these are just some things that were brought to my attention or that have been thought of since this went out on Thursday evening. One would be eliminating a portion of the $210,000 budget for the community policing. Another might be reversing a portion of the $500,000 that was transferred to the capital fund last year, or I should say this current year, for lighting on Estero Boulevard that is no longer needed, or allocating a portion of the American Rescue Plan funds to cover a portion of this shortfall, or any other reasonable alternative that you reach by consensus.
Oh, before you move on from those,
Sure.
so the American Rescue Plan funds, this would be an eligible application to those funds?
It would be because those funds are allocated to us because it's less than $10 million. It's considered to be a replacement of lost revenue. And the final ruling regarding American Rescue Plan funds is that it may be used for any operating expenditures, and we have until the end of the year 2024 to so utilize them, or it may be used for capital expenditures as well. So there's really a large amount of leeway flexibility in using those funds, and this certainly would be an allowable use of those funds.
And how much of that, how much of those funds are left that we have not yet committed?
Well, it's all that there's $3.5 million of a balance that we have. None of it has been spent, but all of it has been committed by the town council to be used for stormwater improvements. So in order to utilize a portion of it for this purpose, it would just be require amending that resolution so that this, whatever portion you decide to use for this would be allowed by.
And we had additional funds go in for stormwater, right, recently, the DEP thing? Isn't it?
We just got a $10 million grant.
Yeah.
Yep.
And is that for improvements or repairs?
Both.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
You think stormwater related?
So today, a decision on which option or combination of options to cover the increase in general fund operating expense does not need to be made today. So you don't need to decide which option. If you are confident that I'm skipping past here. So what you do need to decide on is what to do with the millage rate. You can either decide on setting the tentative millage rate to the 1.12 mils to allow yourself the flexibility to increase it if you so desire, or if you're confident at this point that one of these other options would probably be approved by town council, then you can go ahead and amend this resolution to set the tentative millage rate at the same rate it currently is, which would mean there would be no increase. So you would need to amend it to be 0.99 mils. So you can decide either way. It's really based on what you have the most confidence in doing. That's all I had.
Thanks, Joe. Questions for Joe?
I have, a comment and an additional comment. First of all, thank you, Joe. When you first came out with the potential of a proposed change to the millage rate, you were kind enough to meet with me and the town manager, and we spent some time together, and we came up with some other options. And I think Councilor Veach touched on it initially. It seems like the best option to me is to draw down the 340. First of all, keep the millage rate the same. Even though the amount isn't significant, I think given the hardship that our residents have been through, a tax increase right now is really ill-considered. But we've come up with some very good options. And I think drawing down the 340,000 from the ARPA fund, particularly when we just got $10 million to enhance our infrastructure needs on the wastewater and water infrastructure piece, I think that seems very fiscally responsible. It seems fiscally honest. This is a unique time in our island's history, but things will get better. In fact, I think they'll get demonstrably better, and we will recover from a revenue standpoint. And I think for the short term, I think this is an appropriate step for us to take. And so I would strongly encourage us to keep the millage rate the same.
And I would concur, and I thank you for the efforts that you were putting in to come up with alternatives, because you hate to raise the millage rate for people who are suffering, and it's in the short term. So you're hitting them when they're in their worst.
Councilor King, you were looking to add something there?
I was, thanks for noticing. I'll just share what I shared with the town manager. When this first came out, I was extremely disappointed that that was where we were headed. But I'm very pleased with your feedback, taking that feedback and working for the good of the taxpayer. And I'm glad you are where you are. I'm glad he's where he is. And thank you both for what you've done.
Councilor Woodson?
I too applaud the creativity. This is great. I didn't want to have to go there with the millage rate increase. I did send you a follow-up email, and you may not have even seen it because yesterday was a holiday, but I was just curious, and it'd be interesting to get the numbers on what our increased fees due to permitting is going to attribute to us in 2024, because obviously we're going to have more permits than we've ever had in our lifetime, probably in a year, and just kind of get a, maybe a projection or a forecast on something like that.
Sure, and I apologize. I did respond, so maybe I didn't use the correct email address. I don't know, but I did prepare a response, and from what going off of my memory. First of all, I did want to explain, and maybe you already know this, but the permitting revenue could not be used to cover this at all. It's restricted and used to be used to enforce the Florida Building Code, and so all of those funds from permit revenue are going into a special revenue fund. It's called the building fund.
And
so
Joe, just for the record, it's not just to enforce; it's also to have folks to help folks get through the permitting process. Right.
Yes.
And so I guess my point is it's to beef up our staff so we can process more permits. I know you use the word enforce, but it makes people think that we're just hiring a bunch of enforcement people with permit revenue, as opposed to permitters, people who actually examine and approve permits as well. It's the whole permitting division. Fair? Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry if I
okay.
misled you
That's
by
okay.
the choice of words, but yes. So it could not be used for this. But then to answer your question about what the forecast would be, we were anticipating the total for this year would be about 3.5 million, and I think the same is for next year, although we haven't finalized those numbers yet.
Joe, a couple questions for you. First, thank you for going through and providing options, and it's fairly new. The question I have is I think it's important to reiterate that this decision today is not about permanently raising the millage rate. It's about setting a number that you cannot go over. My question to you is, I agree with the same sentiments that my fellow counselors have, but I think it's important to talk about, for lack of a better term, backing ourselves in a corner by not allowing the flexibility. Have you had a chance to complete your analysis, final analysis on, we haven't even received the final ad valorem numbers from the county yet. I believe that's July 1st. We should probably get those. So what is your threshold as far as not giving us that flexibility should you, if you haven't completed your analysis of where we're at?
Well, what I would say is when I came up with this figure, it was based on the fact that I did not want to presume about council members and what they would like to do in terms of other options. I did, realize that nobody wants to raise the millage rate. So believe me, when I hit the send button, it was with fear and trembling because I knew of the ramifications there would be. But I also wanted to be honest in my assessment with that is where we're at as of that point in time. And if you're comfortable with using these alternatives, and we have that whole $3.5 million of American Rescue Plan funds at our disposal, and we have the community disaster loan, and we have the bridge loan. So we are in a unique position to where there's really very little risk in terms of being able to have the funding for next year's budget. And so I am comfortable with leaving the millage rate where it's at and not raising it to the 1.12. If you're comfortable and confident in thinking that you would approve using those options.
Since we're so relied on some of these external funds, if there's like a budget standoff in Washington or something like that, where the money just doesn't come, are we exposed for something like that?
Well, of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but there seems to be significant optimism that, we are where we're at because of the devastation from the hurricane. And as the town rebuilds, I think property values are going to increase dramatically, which would help to bring in revenue. So without even increasing the millage rate, we would have increased revenue. And there would also be an increase in sales tax revenue and other revenues related to tourism and increased business activity in the island. So I think the optimism is there that may offset any fears like that.
I'd like to move to amend the tentative millage rate to current rate of 0.99 mils.
Second. I would like to discuss a little bit more, simply because being through this, I've gone through this a few times. I think we can all fairly safely say we don't know what the next couple of months brings, yourself included. For me, I'm a little hesitant to, although I'm not saying that, I can't say it clear enough. I'm not saying I want to raise the millage rate to 1.12, but I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with just not at least keeping that door open, because we don't know what's going to happen between now and September. And the funding you're talking about is in fact a loan that will have to be paid back at some time should it be used. So I think it's important to be very transparent that although we may not have any issues this year, and we're certainly hoping, and I think we all believe that we will get built back, at what rate, hopefully, obviously sooner than better. But I think it's important to look forward and at least have the discussions about where we're going to be in 3 months. When we have to make the final decision come September, then we could certainly keep it at that 0.99. But our discussion here today is to at least allow us the flexibility, should something happen, God forbid, in the next 3 months between now and September, that we have to take a harder look at this. But today, if we keep it at that 0.99 without the flexibility and something should happen, we could have a very big problem on our hands. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, yes, I would agree with that. And yes, I would agree. And it's not hurting anything to set the maximum rate. I mean, that, because as you said, it's a maximum rate. We're not actually setting the actual rate that would be used.
And it's for that reason that I would not support the motion. Again, I can't say this clearly enough, so everybody's listening. This is not that I'm in favor of raising the taxes. It is to allow the flexibility, should God forbid something happen over the next couple of months, that we have that flexibility. If we don't do that, we completely close the door on raising it at all, should we have to.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
You ask a very good question. I disagree with the end point of your question, but you ask a good question. But it seems like we are prepared for any storm that might come our way in the next 3 months. We've got $3.5 million in these ARPA funds. We just got a $10 million grant, not a loan, a grant to address the challenges that we had previously dedicated those ARPA funds. We're using only $340,000 of the ARPA funds, so that gives us a nice cushion there should we see some distress. God forbid, we still have a significant portion of the bridge loan. I don't think that's an ideal scenario, but at least it's there for us if we need it. We may need it next year in part as well. But so I think the great question to ask, but I do think the tools are there to address any emergency that might come up in the next few months. And so that's why I feel comfortable moving forward with the motion.
And I understand your point, and it wasn't specifically talking about another storm.
No, I know.
You get worried when you see things coming out of Washington that they want to claw back ARPA funds. We're talking about spending funds that they could potentially come and claw back. Not that I think that would happen, but it's possible that it could. We're talking about using funding from a loan that hopefully we can get relieved. If we cannot, we're looking at a 10% interest rate, which I'm trying to be forward thinking. I'm trying not to, very wise man once said to me, cash is king. And if you're using borrowed money, at some point, you're going to have to pay that back or potentially have to pay that back. So I just didn't want to close the door on potentially having something come back and get us on the backside. So that was my only point.
That's a fair point. And I think that one of the things that you're just thinking about what you just said, we may want to think about instead of using the bridge loan, which does have a significant interest rate. We have no interest for the first year, but as a significant interest rate going forward, we may want to think about potentially using more of the ARPA funds and rely less on the bridge loan, something you might want to sharpen your pencil and think about it as well. So, but that doesn't affect the decision we have to make today, but it is something to think about as we go through the budget over the next couple of months, to the mayor's point.
And the one thing about the ARPA funds is it's been, you've got so many strings tied to this money that the ARPA funds are very handy because they didn't have the strings of having to just replace revenue loss. So, and I really understand, Mayor, what you're talking about. And if we were looking at one potential option to cover this gap, I'd be concerned about, limiting ourselves. But I think, this is a good job of giving us multiple options that we can dive into if we have to. But, I'm pretty comfortable going with the 0.99.
I certainly respect that. I can count. I'm obviously in the minority here, and then that's fine. I just, I don't, as much as I don't want to make knee-jerk reactions in raising the millage rate, I don't want to make knee-jerk reactions in not giving the potential should something that we don't know could potentially happen. This is not a decision, again, to raise the millage rate. It's a decision to give us an option, and I won't keep belaboring the point.
Mr. Mayor, could I digress for just a minute since we're on this topic? I like to do this at least once a year. Maybe we'll do it again during the budget, but I think originally, in terms of the option, you had talked about it. I think it was described as a 13% increase in the millage rate. Do you agree with that?
Yes, it is.
But when we talked about the 13% tax increase, I think a lot of our residents are very savvy in all this, but there are some new people new to the community and some people who don't actually write the check for the property tax bill and they're still in the household. I just wanted to take a quick second to explain a 13% increase would have been the 13% of the Fort Myers Beach piece of the property tax bill. And I think that gets lost amongst folks at times. To the mayor's point, the broader issue is you pay your property tax bill annually. My property tax bill, and I use 2021 because 2022 was obviously a strange year. Part of that was rebated. If you could navigate the county website, you got some credit post-storm. Let's use 2021 just to give people a flavor of where the tax burden falls. On my property tax bill, I have a 2-bedroom condo, maybe 1,000 square feet property, and I have a homestead because it's our primary residence on the island. $5,082, of which this is the property tax bill that everybody pays annually. $2,176 went to Lee County schools. Ironically, they were trying to close our only school on the island, but again, we contribute a significant amount to Lee County schools, and that's fine. Lee County itself, $1,330 of the $5,000 went to Lee County, which includes the sheriff's department. Fort Myers Beach Fire District, which is a little bigger than Fort Myers Beach, but Fort Myers Beach is the big part of that. $1,177. So right now we're at roughly $4,500 of the $5,000 one pays in property taxes goes to the schools, Lee County, and the Fort Myers Beach Fire District. The portion that goes to the town of Fort Myers Beach, $327. Portion that goes to the Fort Myers Beach Library, which has its own taxing district, $110. Portion that goes to the Mosquito District has $44, and there's a couple smaller entities after that. So roughly $500 of the $5,000 goes to the town, the library, and the Mosquito District. So the burden of the property tax burden falls mainly on the schools, Lee County, Fort Myers Beach Fire District. And I'm not saying that's inappropriate, but I just think it's for informational purposes helpful. People hear these terms, trim notice, ad valorem, millage. It can be a little bit of a strange language. I found out just yesterday that the word, when you look at your trim notice, which is your annual property tax bill, I just noticed, it, probably a lot of people know this, but trim is truth in millage. That's what the acronym TRIM stands for. I never knew that. Ad valorem is Latin for according to value. Basically, when you talk about ad valorem, you're talking about a property tax. The millage rate is the formula used to calculate the property tax. So thanks for allowing me to digress. I just, again, none of this diminishes our responsibility to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money here in Fort Myers Beach. But as you get that significant property tax bill, I encourage you to look at your TRIM notice and see that the town of Fort Myers Beach is a very modest portion of that property tax bill. And I just think that would be interesting and illustrative for folks to take a look at.
And I appreciate that, Jim. But also I think we're charged as well with representing those that don't homestead. And too often they feel like they're not represented.
Oh, no, absolutely, John. And my point is that.
No, I get what your point is.
No, but the people who are not homesteaded have that same tax burden as well. They're paying
Yeah.
most of their non-homesteaded property tax bills goes to schools, Lee County, fire department, and a much smaller portion goes to the town of Fort Myers Beach.
But it's going to be higher than what yours was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
No, thanks.
And here I thought Latin was a dead language.
We've got a motion, we've got a second. Is there any other discussion, any other questions for Joe? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, no. Motion carries 4-1 with Mayor Allers dissenting. That brings us to Resolution 23-70, the Truist Fund checking.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is really housekeeping. We're getting authorization to add names. A couple of us are new, and remove older names off of our accounts. Both of these resolutions are the same thing.
Any questions for Andy? No? Is there a motion?
Can we combine the two?
It doesn't sound like it's going to, it will.
I would move the passage of Resolution 23-70 and 23-71.
I don't
I'll
know.
second.
Victor, can we do that even though they're two separate items?
I would treat them separately.
Okay,
All
that's what I
right,
thought.
move the resolution of 23-70.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries unanimously.
Move the resolution of 23-71.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item D, Farmers Market under the bridge requesting use of the property.
Andy, Linda.
Oh, you wanted to go ahead? Good. Go ahead, Linda. You want?
Yeah.
Not, yeah, not a hearing.
How lost now? So going back to the earlier topic, the suggestion for Town Square works great, but I'm not sure what the construction plans are and how that would interfere with people's livelihoods once they got used to going there. So I wanted to see if we could, if we're going to do that, then see if we have a plan A or plan B so I can, I have a map here that you guys have. Plan A shows the original suggestion that I had was underneath the bridge, which goes back to a market that was there in the previous decade. And we counted the spaces. There's 39 spaces. The grayed out section there is where there is part of the walkover bridge underneath the bridge. I mean, it's like a concrete walkway that got salvaged from the bay and it's just laying there in the midst of 3 spaces. So that would be our first suggestion. And then what we could do is pay you guys the $50 a year business parking fee that is allowed underneath the Matanzas Bridge. And that's not much more of a loss than you're already taking with residentials at $25 a year and businesses at $50 a year. That's a far cry from the $118,000 loss that was estimated on the parking. So there's that suggestion. Another suggestion is Plan B is shutting down in front of Nervous Nellies, and then up in front of Wahoo Willie's. That's another suggestion. And then the last one is the second page, the black and white.
That's actually shutting down Old San Carlos in front of Wahoo Willie's, but leaving it open at, my eyes aren't that good, Second Street, leaving it open at Second Street and also leaving it open at Third Street so residents could still get back and forth on those one-way streets. And we wouldn't monopolize First Street at all, so they can still access all the businesses right there. So that's my plan 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks, Linda. Jason, I got a question for you. I know one of the questions we had with this one before was the locals that have a parking pass to park under the bridge. Obviously, we're in different times, and these numbers may not be accurate. You know, sure. As far as the loss of the revenue part of it, is it possible to be able to? I think Times Square seems like it would work for you and
Oh,
work
yeah.
for us until we have to do some work there. Work and then move underneath the bridge. Is it possible? I don't know how difficult it would be because it's just a Saturday for a few hours to allow, if they were to go back under the bridge, to allow those that have the parking pass to be able to utilize any other town space in that time frame, just to be able to accommodate everybody. Because I think as Councilor Reach said at the last time we talked about this, you know, people pay, maybe it wasn't you, and I apologize if I'm using you, but the you know, people that pay for those passes need places to park, and if we take that space up, they can't park to go to work. Is there an option, or how difficult would it be to allow them, should they use this Plan A underneath the bridge, to be able to park in different spots?
I'm gonna defer to Andy there just because it's not my.
Based off what I know, we could allow them to park other spots. We'd probably designate the areas and go from there.
Just
I'm not
for-
exactly sure where, I don't know all the parking yet, but as soon as we can figure it out, we can probably figure out something.
Excuse
Just
me,
an
there's
idea.
still a section underneath the bridge closer to the beach that's would still be
Right.
available that we would not be utilizing.
Just a quick question about Times Square. It seems like just because of the high visibility, such a
Yeah.
appropriate location.
Beautiful.
I know we're going to be trenching to get to the electricity to the clock.
Sure.
But won't there generally be a place on Times Square, at least for the next few months, where this could
Yeah,
probably work? Where they can
I think so
shift around?
tentatively. It would just be if we're ready to do some major redevelopment or the pavers or that sort of thing, that's when we would have to probably think of relocating. But I think for the time being, I think we definitely can accommodate.
Yeah. Seems like Times Square would be ideal.
You're absolutely right. You're spot on. I mean, that's my dream come true, and I never imagined that would actually be a suggestion. So I mean,
That was Councilor Veach's idea for
I
the
know.
record. Yeah,
Way to go,
but
Bill.
I'm just, but I think it's a good idea, and as long as we can push it to Times Square and keep it there, unless it's significantly disruptive, that seems.
Yeah,
like
no, I
an
don't think so.
ideal
I think
scenario.
we'll just confirm with the fire department. We'll just maintain that safety lane for them. And I don't, from town staff perspective, we didn't see any issues with it. So just with the condition, eventually, if we do end up starting a project, you know, we'll have to help you relocate. So.
yeah, and I'd just like permission to put some sandwich boards or something saying that we relocated, you know, if that's at all possible.
Oh, you mean when you get
Yeah,
kicked
well,
out of Times Square? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
Hopefully that won't be necessary.
Sandwich.
You may be back in Santini Plaza by then, right? I mean,
Yeah, well, we still lost 2 days at Beach Baptist. And so that's a whole year off the books and actually losing 2 days. So basically we were able to provide employment for 90% of people's incomes.
it's your hope to be back in Santini Plaza before the end of the year, I'm guessing?
Yeah, but probably on a 1 day basis versus a 2. Yeah, we'd have to see how it goes. But I guess we're looking maybe November for Santini.
And when were you looking for Times Square? I can't remember.
We're flexible. We weren't sure about the time of the construction or, you know, it would take me probably 8 weeks to get vendors committed and rounded up. Maybe sooner, I don't know, 4 to 8 weeks. Yeah.
You have the ability, Linda, I guess it's always open, but to reach out to some local businesses to see if they want to extend an arm of their local business to your farmer's market?
Absolutely. To become vendors
Yeah, you
and
might,
and to represent themselves.
yeah, you might think about reaching out to local businesses. Yeah, because that might be a nice avenue for some of the local businesses that are
Mhm.
struggling right now.
And one thing I would also suggest is you offer a free spot to the Murph pop-up booth.
Sure.
If you have something available, because that's a good public service.
I don't know how to get a hold of them, so if anybody can just get a hold of me, I'll be glad to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Jennifer Rusk is the one. She should be pretty easy to find.
I
She's
think
not here, but
I think she was going to be a pop up at Santini at one point, and we were going to do that, and then something happened. It just fell apart for some reason. Maybe it was the end of the year or something. But yeah, I'd be glad to. I've spoken with her many times, and she's a pleasure to work with.
All right, thanks, Linda.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I'll make a motion to approve the farmer's market at Times Square as first option, under the bridge as the second option, as the staff works with Linda to provide the service.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Brings us to the last item, item E, RFQ 20-22 AD STA number 8. Andy?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, yes, this is for our planning services, and I believe it's something that obviously we take full advantage of, and I need to ask Joe, does this come out of the building fund for planning? Okay, so we'll get back to that, but Sarah's here to be able to. No, it does not. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure for the record. So we need to just get this passed. The staff recommends approval so we can continue with our planning services.
Any questions for staff? Is there a motion to approve RFQ 20-22 AD STA number 8?
So moved.
I'll second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. That brings us to final public comment. Amy, you have any? What do you got?
I have Penny Jarrett. Do you still want to speak? I have Leah Gregg. And following Leah will be Pam Antonucci.
Hey, Leah?
Hello. How's everybody? So I will start by echoing Joe. Our town has definitely experienced an extraordinary situation and some severe hardship. So having to pay for anything that's not needed is just unacceptable at this point. So the town attorney during the last meeting warned all of you that signing the letter of indemnification would put the town at risk for additional litigation that taxpayers will pay for. So I want to thank you for bringing that back up on the table and voting to change your stance and not moving forward and let the courts, right, play out. So, I've just been concerned and been keeping up with this story because really, a misleading narrative was created surrounding this bridge, really from the get-go. And some of it by council members, John King and Karen Woodson. During their campaign, they said repeatedly that they would approve the bridge that's in question to save taxpayers from having to continue to pay for this lawsuit. Now, the lawsuit was filed by the homeowners. It's a state suit. It's not a town suit. The town isn't paying for it. They never were. So making this claim misled the public as it simply wasn't true. And John took it one step further and said the town also had to take out an insurance policy due to this lawsuit. And it was a $250,000 policy. It had to be increased to $300,000 specifically due to this suit. This is not true either, as the town maintains an annual property and general liability policy with the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust. It's a fixed cost. We pay it no matter what, irrelevant of any lawsuit. So taxpayers were not paying for the homeowners state suit. but we are paying for the Audubon suit.
Hold on, Leah, your microphone stopped working.
Oh, it did?
There you go.
Testing. So we weren't paying for the homeowners lawsuit, but we are paying for the Audubon lawsuit. The League of Cities will not cover this. You guys were informed this by the town attorney. You knew the risk of proving this bridge, that it could be a lawsuit. And John King recently met with the town attorney regarding the suit twice, and the town attorney billed the town for both meetings, costing the taxpayers. But John, Karen never mentioned this, but all they mentioned throughout the whole campaign was how much this lawsuit's costing the taxpayers money. Now we are on the hook for a lawsuit. Another misleading claim was that the bridge is a property rights issue and the homeowners own the land and should be able to build their bridge. The homeowners do not own the land where they want to build their bridge. The state owns the land. Their own attorney said this during a meeting when you guys approved this bridge. Karen also said this bridge will help the environment. If this were really true, why is the Audubon Society suing the town to stop it? I mean, Karen, you also said once during the campaign trail, you were asked about contributions. And you said that you weren't going to tell who your biggest campaign contributors are because it's confidential. It's not confidential, it's public record. And one of your biggest contributors is one of the homeowners. In fact, no one gave you more than he did. So I'll just close by again, thanking you for not approving the letter and reversing that decision and asking yourself, is this really in the best interest of taxpayers' dollars? You all know we're paying for this suit. And the attorney said this lawsuit can go on for years, just like Margaritaville did. And we know the Audubon has some deep pockets. So I would just encourage you to perhaps rethink your original vote. Okay? Thank you much.
I know this is out of,
You can talk, we'll public comment. Will you say what you want to say under your
okay, thank you.
Do you have anyone else?
Pam Antonucci.
Good afternoon. This is my first town council meeting, and I have to commend all of you for your endurance and for your time and your dedication. And obviously you love the beach and you love the residents and you're all caring for those people as well. So I commend you on that. My husband, well, my name is Pam Antonucci. My husband, John, and I have pastored a church on Fort Myers for almost 20 years. It'll be 20 years in August. And we love the beach. And we have, it's been put on our hearts to come down and to be a positive voice on the beach by establishing a Bible study, which will later eventually lead to a church service. We were so sad when we drove by and saw all the churches totally demolished and the people, many of them are worshiping off the beach. But we want to provide a message of hope, healing, and restoration, because that's what people need. It's been a long journey for so many people that live on the beach and they've lost so much. And you can go through things for a short time, but when it drags on, it just wears you down. So we want to come in and just lift the arms and speak a word of hope and encouragement to all the people on the beach. So we didn't want to just come in and start a service, so we started serving. So we have connected with Beach Talk Radio, and we went and served at the concert and gave out water bottles at the 5K run. We've been helping FK Your Diet hand out food, but I understand now that that's on a hold as well. And then we were really honored to come down and watch the beach children do their performance in Times Square and give them goodie bags and backpacks for when they go back to school. And we found out the teachers were at San Carlos, so we blessed them with Chick-fil-A for teacher appreciation. So we want to serve on the beach. So if any of you have suggestions, we have a team of people that care about the beach, want to serve. And my husband and I want to rent a place. We inquired about this room, but there's not enough parking. We inquired about the Pink Shell, the same issue. So we're looking into some other opportunities, maybe the rec center, library, or the Mound House. But any suggestions you have would be greatly appreciated. And again, thank you for your love for the people, for your care for Fort Myers Beach, to see it rebuilt, restored, and come back stronger than ever.
Thank you, Pam. Amy?
Oh, I have signed up.
That's it. Anyone else? Terry?
Good afternoon again. Terry Prasad, Sunset Beach Tropical Grill. This is my, 12th time coming up regarding the dispute between myself and the town of Fort Myers Beach. After much delay, we finally got the settlement agreement. And not only was it disappointing, the facts on there were all incorrect. It actually created more conflicts than resolved the situation. And I don't know how many of you council members actually looked at that settlement agreement before Mr. Henn passed it on. But I'm going to show the copy of it so you can see it now. And I'll give the attorney one.
Well, I want finish up. Do you have any more comments, or is that the end of your public comment? Okay, we just, can someone just grab them from him and hand them
Yeah.
out so he can continue to talk?
You can just give them to Sarah. She'll hand them out. So you can, clock is ticking,
Yeah.
Terry.
Thanks, Sarah.
Didn't know this is part of your duties. Your time's gonna run out.
Okay, all right. So in the agreement provided to me, the first thing it said was apply for the LDO. If the town or the council or the attorney had looked at the offer I submitted, it would have shown that we had already applied for LDO since April 12th. And Sarah can attest to that because she received that. The second item on there was agree to the conditions to the resolution that was issued 2 years ago. As we know, Hurricane Ian's damaged our property 100%. So the conditions on that special exceptions have been altered significantly, and the LDO will cover the conditions. So how can I sign off on conditions that does not exist anymore? The third thing on there was my property rights that was restored in the second DCA is being asked to be surrendered again. And Mr. Herring know that there's no one will surrender the property rights. And the last one is the amount of fines that's been accrued. When the last hearing was held for violations on the property, we immediately submitted a rehearing request back in August of 2022. As of date, that hearing has not come forward. Mr. Herring has tried to file a lien on the property regarding that, which he couldn't have, and he rescinded that. But the facts are that the town and the council submitted an offer that's not factual, that's not correct, and violates the property rights again. So if the town is serious about resolving this issue, why aren't you making an amicable suggestion or amicable offer so we can resolve it? Because at this point, I have no other choice but to continue in court with it, and which will continue costing us taxpayers money. So in your comments, I would like to see the council member tell me if they support this offer that was sent to me, or they would like me to resubmit a second offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close final public comment. Town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things, probably no more than about an hour, but
I'm just kidding.
But no, just a few things. As we've just kicked off our budget prep for the year, we'll continue to do that when we move back into August. So August and September, obviously they're deadlines, so just be mindful of that. One thing that I think is important is some strategic planning as we go forward, and in light of the Let's Go Fort Myers Beach meeting that I took several notes. I know each of you were there as well. So there's some real positives that came out of there, and some things that we can grab onto and hopefully expedite a lot of these issues and concerns to start moving the town forward in a different way. I don't mean a different direction, but a different way of getting things accomplished. So I'm mindful of that and paying close attention. Lee County continues to pick up the bulk concrete, which we're thankful for. They had told us at one time they would not be able to pick it up for now because it was too big, and well, apparently they resolved that issue, and we're excited that they're getting that hopefully out of the way. I want to, again, the Let's Go Fort Myers Beach meeting last night was beneficial. I was able to glean several things from that meeting that I've been hearing, but it kind of put a little different focus on it a little bit, and I thought it was very well attended and very well received. And just a reminder about your obligation tomorrow with the interviews. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you.
So tomorrow, that's 9 o'clock here?
Any other questions for the town?
Were you guys talking about a time? Did we determine a time for tomorrow?
I think we decided 8:30 is the social, but then the meetings, the interviews will actually start at 9. And we'll get direction tomorrow, right? Okay. At 1.
And we'll send out some more information this afternoon to you on what the vetting process that's already taken place with backgrounds and things like that. You'll get that this afternoon.
Perfect.
Shortly.
Sure. Any other questions for town manager? Thank you. We already did the town attorney items, unless Victor, you have something you'd like to add?
My only comment would be before you all get into your items and reports, Mr. Perswat has given you a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement is part of active litigation, and I'd advise you not to discuss it during your items and reports.
Thank you, Victor. Councilman items and reports. Councilor King.
Last Friday, I attended the Lee County Metropolitan Planning Organization meeting in Fort Myers. While there, approval was given for Lee Tran to establish 8 bus shelters on Estero Boulevard. I've shared that information and the map before. I talked to our public information officer, Jennifer. I'll get her a copy of that map so we can have the public can actually see where those bus stops will be located. Finally, for me, I'll just say, I don't care that people attack me. Go ahead. But at least be factual about it and be correct. And don't try to say I'm misrepresenting and misleading people because you're trying to make me sound like a liar. Last summer, I made a Freedom of Information request to our clerk, Amy Baker, about what the lawsuit had cost the town for the dune walkover. It was sent to me as legal expense for dune walkover from the fiscal year beginning March 2017 up through my request of June 23rd of 2022. The total cost to the town at that time had been $104,218.50. That's the fact, Jack. Thank you.
Okay. Not sure who Jack is, but I think you got his attention.
It's out of stripes.
Is there anything else, Councilor King?
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I really don't have anything, but for the benefit of my colleagues, I know the mail's all screwed up. We've just finally got a PO box because we don't really have a mailbox. Amy, are the financial disclosure forms due July 1st? Because I've not seen anything come from the clerk's office, but again, with the mail being what it is, I just want to remind you got yours? Okay, I never
Yeah,
got
I was just
anything.
say, you should have gotten it maybe a week.
It should be July 3rd since the first is a Saturday, right?
I'm sorry.
It should be July 3rd since the first is a Saturday.
That
That's
is-
the one I got from the county.
Yeah.
Said that.
And you can
And
do them
I
all,
assume
you
then
can
you
do them
want a
all
copy of that?
online too.
Yeah, since I never got, I just used one I just printed one off their website and I just put it in the mail just because right now our computers on the island are struggling. But I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that if they didn't get it in the mail, because we didn't, for the first time, I've never got it. And I know that's not you, Amy, but that's the county organization, but it sounds like everybody else got there. So that's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councilor Woodson?
Yeah, I like John would like to set some facts straight. Yes, I did get a donation from Mr. Rude for $1,000, which is the maximum that can be donated by an individual. That was one of several $1,000 donations that I received during my campaign. My campaign donations were almost $29,000. So there were a lot of people who donated money and donated to the max. So not just one and not just over the top.
Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you. Counselor Beach?
I was just going to comment on this, on Let's Go FMB. One of the most poignant moments I think we had was when the woman said, "I'm filling out these notices of commencement, and I will help you." I thought that was a potentially really productive way to move forward with people helping each other with things that they already have experience with moving forward, because it doesn't bog down the town and it makes the work more efficient. And other than that, nothing, because I'm still thinking about Councilor King's sandwich comment.
You're good? All right, just piggybacking off of that, and it was before you were here, Andy, and I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad I saw that comment about the NOC. Mr. Kearns from the county has offered to work with staff to set up a place around Town Hall to make it easier for those that need notice of a commencement to not have to go all the way in to get that done. I spoke with him a couple of weeks ago about it, and at that point, no one had heard from the town, and I'll take responsibility for that. I didn't follow up on it after the change of town managership. So if you could please reach out to Mr. Kearns and see if that's something we could get set up down on the beach to help the residents be able to get that much quicker. That would be great. Couple of things I have, people may or may not know that we have had some initial discussions with the fire department about potentially swapping the land where we have, which was the former Tops grocery store, where our current temporary town hall is set up, in exchange for our current property at town hall. Again, it's very preliminary, just to see if that was something that was viable. We did go out, both of us, and get a appraisal done. It came back fairly comparable to that. I just wanted to bring it up today to see if that is something that the council is still willing to potentially move forward. And the reason I think we started having those conversations is it just made sense. They have no need to build on it. They have some other needs that have come up based on their data, that their plan is to sell that property and move somewhere else to construct their new station. So whether it would be a swap or not swap, they would be selling whichever land they ended up with. We felt that it was, in our early discussions, that it would work better for the town. One, it would buy us some more time to not have to uproot the trailers that we have already set in place, with the infrastructure, with the plumbing and the electrical and all that's already been done. It's a very expensive cost. It just would allow us a little bit more time. We have a lease through November, I believe, with the fire district to be able to stay there. They seemed amenable to the discussions. They had a chance, the chief had a chance to talk with his commissioners about it. He was comfortable with me bringing it up today, just to kind of give you a little background on it, to see if there was a will from the council to continue those discussions and maybe move them on to the next step, or allow the attorneys to start talking and see how it could work out. I felt it would be a good benefit. They both are about the exact same size properties, but the continuity and the closeness to Bay Oaks could be a benefit to the community, not just for the town, but also to the community and the fire district. So I throw it out there to see if there's any input on potentially moving those conversations forward.
Well, I would just before you go too far with it, Dan, I've also been working the Resilient Lee, and there's a lot of projects that are put out, but not many of them really qualify for one reason or another. But it's a housing grant, and I proposed us purchasing the fire station property and maybe part of the Chapel by the Sea property for workforce housing using this grant money. So, of course, without the grant money, it's not going to happen. But it's probably one of our best chances to get some of that money to come here to the town. It has the downside is the cost benefit analysis, because the appraisals are shockingly high on these properties. But that's an option for us to, and I don't know if the swap would interfere with that, because they're still the same parties you're dealing with. And then maybe we can also work with the fire department if they still want because when I've talked to them, they want a smaller fire station and then another facility somewhere nearby where they can do training and other things. not such a dense area. So, maybe we could still be able to have a small fire station close to town hall, which would make a good resilient hub, is one of the phrases they use, where you get a lot of your important pieces of technology and your operation center in one place, so they can all work together in the hopefully long distance next disaster.
Did you say you're proposing today, or you've already proposed it?
I've proposed it. It's in the mix. I went to, they have, they call branches. So they have the different sections, classifications, what they call branches. And I went to the housing branch, which no Barrier Island had a representative on. And I pleaded for the inclusion of our project in that because, even though a lot of the restrictions that are put on this, the intent is this is money there is from Hurricane Ian. But the details are that it's a housing grant. It's got to serve 70% has got to be low to moderate income, which based on your policies and your administration, you can make any housing project qualify for the low to moderate income standard they have.
So it's actually been submitted? I mean, like through the portal and everything?
Yes.
Wouldn't that have been a good thing to talk to the council about?
We did have a discussion before about the items I put in the council. And this was one of them, but it's gotten a little, they also now brought up a thing called Resilient Hub. And the Resilient Hub is something that is kind of new in my exposure, which is a way of getting one area where you have a lot of the services, including being able to distribute water and having, reliable power for people to do their charge their cell phones, things like that.
Since you've already proposed it, could you add just a little more light to that? What is the proposal? What property would we be buying, and what's the proposal for workforce housing?
Well, the details are still, it's a little vague, right? The properties that I was and went through in the portal, and I basically put every potential site for workforce housing that I could think of. They're all gonna take a willing seller, right? The advantage of the sites around here with not just potential fire department property and potentially some of Chapel by the Sea, who I've reached out to, but is that we're already pretty much in a commercial adjacent area where a lot of the other churches aren't. But it's also been put out there that as also put in the portal that if we have a church, maybe not Chapel by the Sea, another church who has a small congregation and a large lot, and they want to be able to sell part of their land to be able to build a smaller church on a smaller lot, then maybe this grant money would be a way to do that.
Well, I certainly understand what you're saying. However, again, we go back to the reason this discussion started was a timing issue, also a needs issue. We're borrowing someone else's property that eventually is going to want it back. Unfortunately, the time frame in which they would be able to potentially get that back is much sooner than being able to get that grant funding. The piece of property that we're currently on, we could reconfigure our trailers to be able to start construction of a new town hall on the front part of the parcel, while still being able to be fully functional in the area that we are. Now, it's not saying that's where it'll end up staying. It was just an idea that seemed to make sense to allow for, continuity between Bay Oaks and create that community center even better. It's right there adjacent to it. So that was the discussion. Weren't sure it was going to go anywhere. Fire department is willing to discuss it. So I guess that's why I brought it forward, just to see if it's something that my fellow counselors think is a good idea. Not saying what you're saying, build down the road I'm all for acquiring property that we can, especially anything that is on the Gulf side of Estero Boulevard, to keep for open parks and things like that. So I completely understand where you're at, but we do have a timing issue. In order to get some of this appropriation funding, you have to have a plan going forward with buildings and plans and things like that, as well as FEMA money. So that was the emphasis of trying to get this communication started. Buy us time. It would serve both of us, and at the end of the day, it's public dollars that is funding these lands. So it would benefit the community on both sides, in my opinion.
I support where you're going with this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I totally support it. I think the whole concept of having that, community center for the island as well and moving our space over closer to Bay Oaks, closer to that whole, it just makes it more of a public feel for us. So I wholeheartedly agree we should move forward.
And you're right about timing, because I think their target now is they want to have an action plan ready in December. And that action plan has to be submitted to Hub for approval. And I'm sure that that would probably take some time. And you know how these things work. There's no rush from their standpoint.
So I like the idea as well, but just getting back to this other issue, Counselor Veach, I assume you're coordinating with the town manager when you're submitting projects to the portal? Because I know the town has a litany of projects they're submitting through the portal. I assume there's a strategic communication going on here?
Yeah, we have worked on this, and I've talked about. You remember the last time I brought up the projects that I was putting in the portal. One of them was to try to figure if we could acquire right of way for the part of Estero that doesn't have a bike lane. And I met with staff, including Sarah, and the deputy county manager and their grant writer, and I was explaining this project to them, and they said, well, if you use eminent domain, the money's not available for that project. And there's no way you're going to be able to acquire, even if you made a really nice, good deal for people, you're not going to be able to acquire every right away from every property without eminent domain, because 100% of people aren't going to grant anything. So there's a lot of back and forth. It's a little bit like a dance. There's some ideas that are really good, but they just don't fit the priority of this funding.
Okay, the other thing, you have anything else you want to, looks like you're
just-
still deep in thought.
No, I'm trying to understand. I just hope you're involved in this, Mayor, because we obviously want to coordinate as a team here. And I'm not criticizing any of these things. It seems like this. Okay, I just want to make sure we're all talking to each other. That's
Well, it might be, I'm not sure if you're talking about specifically
I'm not talking
Resilient Lee, or
No,
if you're
I'm
talking about,
I'm talking about putting projects in the portal.
but there's two portals now technically. There's one for what Counselor Veach is involved with Lee, Resilient Lee, and there's also the one now for the $350 million appropriation request. So those two are they're two completely different pots of money.
Right. I understand that. And I just want to make sure that there's somebody, town manager, who's aware of all of this and is acting as the conductor of all this. So we're all working in concert with each other. Forgive the pun. Yeah.
Danielle and I have been working on it fairly diligently, and we print it out and have everything's on one sheet, so we know what's going on.
And just as you know, Vice Mayor, is that, much as I like to sit and talk strategy with Dan, this is the only venue we can do it. So I know a lot of times for the viewers, they look and go, well, these guys aren't organized at all. Well, we can't be. This is where we have to talk about this thing. And I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive, because I would hate to say, oh, let's not do the swap, lose the opportunity, and then not get the funding to buy the property. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen.
No, I think it's important you go after every funding source that you possibly can. If they overlap, they'll tell you it's over. You can, if they overlap, they'll, and they are saying at least from the, if I remember correctly, from their webinar, that they had somewhere in August to September timeframe as far as review time to be able to receive those. So just wanted to give everybody an update that we have submitted for that funding, and we can track it fairly easily. And the last thing I've got is just kind of a thing I noticed this weekend driving. We've talked a lot about cleaning the sand and stuff off of Estero Boulevard, and I consider myself kind of a gearhead and enjoy all things with motors. I noticed something that I never saw before down in Naples as I was driving through this weekend, and it was a stand-up blower. Someone stood on the back like a riding lawnmower, like a stand-up lawnmower that we've all seen, but it was a gigantic blower that was just driving down the sidewalk and blowing the stuff off the sidewalk where the street sweeper was coming behind it.
Oh.
I think it would be interesting to look in to see what those things cost.
Sit them in a room and have you go to them instead of you, because there's only two groups. And that way you're just not sitting in a room. And when I interviewed, you had a partner in each room. Do you still want a partner? Do you still, because there was only two groups and we basically had 6 slots. I was going to be the 6th interviewer to make it balance out even.
Do you? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being patient. We had some technical difficulties this morning. Today is Monday, June 5th.